Previously on Best Ball Breakfast. I should do a previously on Best Ball Breakfast to kind of catch people up. That might be a good thing. Previously on Best Ball Breakfast. I was getting mansplained how to play best ball over on TikTok.
Buy a cheap chair, but if the structure's poor, you'll fall on your ass, kiddo.
I'll just grab this Lamar Jackson here. I'm sure it's not load bearing. Best Ball Uncle slurping wide receivers.
Best Ball Uncle is a real horn dog. Oh yeah, this is a good team. And now today on Best Ball Breakfast, we still have 4 Best Ball Mania 5 drafts on tap. I'm going to do a solo draft. Then we are going to have RotoViz's Shawn Siegele swinging by for a draft. Then, of course, the BBM3 champ, Pat Kerrane, for a 3rd draft. And today, our special guest for our 4th draft is none other than the boy wonderkind himself, Ron Stewart. He will be wrapping things up today with a draft around 1 p.m. Eastern. Buckle up. We got 4 straight hours of best ball goodness. I'm Pete. This is Best Ball Breakfast. My slow draft rooms are so much different than my streamed drafts.
Does no one realize Underdog's half-point PPR? Idiots!
Damn, bro. You know ball. Hope you guys packed your bags. I packed my bags. No, I mean, I literally packed my bags.
Dude, Star Method's legit. Only way to max out every contest in a plus EV way. Week 17, you still gotta get there, bro.
We have a finite sample. We only have so much samples. Is it negative EV to stream all your drafts? We just don't know. Good morning. Good morning. Someone sweaty today. Yes, I got my workout in before Best Ball Breakfast today. Once these streaming blocks had turned into 4 hours and it was 2 o'clock and I hadn't eaten yet and then still trying to get my workout in, it was getting too difficult. So we've had to switch it up. So you are getting sweaty Pete this morning here, but I am ready to roll for Best Ball Breakfast. We got GMs in the chat rolling. GM does stand for good morning. I do sometimes forget, so I appreciate that reminder. Kindler, what is up? AJ, we got Brandon broadcasting live from sunny Tucson, Arizona, where the heat is on, baby. How many Josh Allen, Chase Claypool shares today? I know we might have to toss in a Chase Claypool share as an homage to Hit Him With the Gritty. By the way, I did write a post about Hit Him With the Gritty on my personal newsletter on Friday. We were talking about it a little bit on the show last week. I got pretty fired up. I went on a rant, but I then decided to, articulate my thoughts with outside of the heat of the moment here. If you want to check out this piece on my weekly newsletter, I post this every Friday, free newsletter, hits in your inbox. Sometimes I talk about best ball. Sometimes I talk about dad stuff. Sometimes it is about things I'm reading. We got the book club reviews going on in there. So check that out when you get a chance. That's the PO box there. Good mornings. Good mornings. I am ready to start with a coffee pour here as well. I even got my my Best Ball Breakfast mug here. The only place to put it is on your Best Ball Breakfast coaster. But let's get a coffee pour here, get us off to a good start on this Monday morning. There it is. We are rearing to go. Underdog has, of course, blessed us with all kinds of contests in the lobby. We had the Poodle drop over the weekend. I know lots of people were excited about that. I even got in a few entries. I even got in a few slow drafts. I decided a couple of my other slow drafts were wrapping up. It was time to enter the slow draft streets. I will not be maxing any of these contests. I will not be pulling the Kerrane and 150 maxing some of these, but we got to get our toes wet. We got to make sure that we're still, resonating and relating to the slow draft peoples out there, because I know there are many of you. Let's see here. KZ giving me the 10 of 10 pour. I appreciate that. Man, C-Rock saying, need to see at least one hero wide receiver team today. Yeah, Hit Him With the Gritty did a 0 RB build and then said as a peace offering that we needed to do a hero wide receiver build. Man, I don't know if I have it in me. I'm working on a video this week on the Deposit Kingdom channel, kind of 10 takeaways after completing 50 drafts. Today will be BBM drafts 46, 47, 48, and 49 for me. I assume I will do 50 on the Swolecast on Wednesday. So I'm going to share some of my, takeaways through 1/3 of my BBM bullets. And man, one of them is you have to have that wide receiver firepower early. And I just don't know any way around it this year. It is really, really hard to leave the first 7 rounds of your draft without at least 4 wide receivers. And there's never any hard and fast rules. There's stuff to play around with. You can bend it, you can make it work, but just holistically, generally speaking, man, if you're not getting those 4 wide receivers before round 7, it is tough sledding the rest of the way. So I am sorry, hit him with the gritty. Maybe when I have you on Best Ball After Dark, we can attempt one. We can give it a shot there. But I just entered my first BBM draft here. Tipped you guys off in the Discord, but this one snap filled. We are underway here. Like I said, I believe this is my 46th draft. Let me check. I'm going to be drafting from the 111 here today. Where am I? Yep, this is my 46th Best Ball Mania draft. Let's get that up on the ticker here. And we will be battling from the 111 today. Got to get my screen share all nice and neat. Let's get a little zoom here on the draft board. There we go. Best Ball Breakfast Draft 46. I can't believe it's going to be, by the end of this week, I will be 1/3 of the way done with my BBM bullets, which I think that pace honestly surprises me a little bit. I think ideally, maybe I would have been more at like 35 or so, but when you're ripping off 4 at a time on Best Ball Breakfast, that definitely adds up. We've been doing them on the Swolecast. And so, yeah, that plus Underdog Cardio Club. And, we are burning through these bullets, but I don't hate it, for a couple of reasons. There's going to be a ton of other contests to draft in August. I think there is the chance that BBM fills a little earlier this year. I don't buy all of the stuff like, oh, it's going to be filled by first week of August. I think they will control that as needed, but I wouldn't be surprised if it filled a little earlier this year. And I'm excited to kind of fire at some of the mid and high stakes stuff come August. I think I'm going to tilt my bankroll toward those contests then. So I don't mind being ahead of pace on BBM right now, being about 1/3 of the way done, despite more than 2/3 of the summer remaining. We got, let's see, do we have a friends and family draft here? I don't recognize a ton of these. We got B Spurf in here. I see Biff Tannen, OMG. I also need to, what else do I need to? Oh yeah, I want to turn on my, my Draft Caddy. There's been some updates to the Caddy here. Now showing your various correlations. Obviously, I don't have any yet because I haven't drafted yet, but we can showcase that as we move along. Breece Hall falling in drafts these days, it seems. We'll see if Enad scoops him up here. Does take Breece Hall. And I'm about to pick at 111. Puka comes off the board. I've been doing Garrett Wilson over AJ Brown. I think I'm going to keep doing that. That might be something I end up balancing out eventually, but I do prefer Garrett Wilson to AJ Brown. And now we can kind of see what comes back to us. Generally, this is pretty chalk. It always goes AJ Brown, Gibbs, or, Garrett Wilson, Gibbs here, but we'll see what Sussman does. He takes AJ Brown and goes Gibbs as expected. And let's see here. I will do, should we have some fun? I've been trying to get a little bit more Jalen Waddle. Let's have a little fun here. This is my thing with the reaching ahead of ADP. Generally, I wait to do these kind of moves later in August for uniqueness purposes. But my thesis this year is this round 2 to early round 3 tier is just so flat. And I think you can make cases for all of these players. And I think the risk for me is if I wait to start mixing up some of these combos and these ADPs mostly hold, that I'm going to have a ton of Garrett Wilson, Drake London, a ton of Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison, just an outsized chunk of my portfolio weighted with the early round 2 guys just because the market decided to order them that way, when I want to be mixing and matching my Garrett Wilsons with Drake London, with Marvin Harrison, with Jalen Waddle, with Mike Evans. So eventually I want to start pulling these guys up, pair them with the 49ers wide receivers, pair them with Malik Nabers. So I think I'm just going to get out ahead of that a little bit because I don't necessarily see that backfiring in a way. The round 1 feels so solidified right now, and round 2 is so amorphous that I am going to essentially kind of try to randomize a little bit my round 2 pairings here with these round 1 guys, especially at the back end of round 1. Because I think the way I think it through is like, all right, everyone pretty much agrees whoever is going early in round 2 is kind of a fragile pick, right? You can poke holes in why is Marvin Harrison going at 2-1? Why is Drake London going at 2-1? You can poke holes in any of these guys. And if that is the case, then not only do I not want to necessarily make a fragile pick, but it's also a chalk pairing that the field is getting funneled to over and over and over again just because we're so anchored by ADP. So if I'm going to be making a somewhat fragile round 2 selection, just inherently based on the available players, at least I can get a bit of an ADP uniqueness combo by pulling up guys who have a 2-3 turn ADP. And if for some reason you guys are new around here and this is like completely sounds like gibberish to you, the thought is a player like Jayden Waddle, who has an ADP of 22. You can see 22 generally goes off the board here around or right above with the drafter at 1-3. So you're going to see a ton of Tyreek Hill with Jaylen Waddle. You'll see people with Jamar Chase and Jaylen Waddle. You'll see CeeDee Lamb, Jaylen Waddle. You'll see CMC, Jaylen Waddle. If people are mostly drafting off of ADP, they will get funneled to the same combos that are lined up strictly by ADP. So by breaking that mold, you can get a combo that is far less frequented. Because I bet if we looked at the Lamb, Tyreek, Chase pairings, and also I just noticed B-Spurf took Nico Collins 105. So this is very in line with the uniqueness combo here. But the point is that Jaylen Waddle will be paired far less frequently with Garrett Wilson just because of his ADP, but because you're not sacrificing projected points. I think when we're truly thinking about the range of outcomes for these round 2 players, they all have similar bands, similar ranges of outcomes. So if you're not sacrificing anything from that perspective, then I don't see it being an issue. Where I think it's an issue is what B-Spurf did here. And I know B-Spurf has a plan. His plan is to take Tank Dell here and then take CJ Stroud, which I will say, Jay Strez, you should take CJ Stroud at pick 43 and see if we can get B-Spurf to go full rage tilt and take Tommy Hudson with his 5th round pick instead. That could be a fun time for all of us. But this is where I struggle with the uniqueness thing, because taking Nico Collins, who is clearly a less superior player than Justin Jefferson, than Amon Ra St. Brown, I do think you're sacrificing something. I think you're sacrificing too much there. You're getting a lesser player here. Actually, B-Spurf trying to set up the mega game stack for week 17. If I were to pull off this move, which I don't think I will ever take Nico Collins over these guys, I would do that later in August when I'm just saying, all right, I want this team in my portfolio. A lot of people won't have it. I want it in my portfolio. Right now, I think it's too cute, but B-Spurf is a cute drafter. So, I will let B-Spurf live a little. I will let them do their thing. B-Spurf, we all know your plan. Your plan is to game stack week 17 by all costs. And now you're going to take Dell or Mark Andrews and then hope you get CJ Stroud or Lamar Jackson. I love you acting like we don't know your plan. When you take Nico Collins 105, yes, we know your plan. It is cute. I would say too cute. I like how B-Spurf went so quickly from, I have this master plan that you don't know, to we're all going to lose anyways. That was a quick pivot from I am a galaxy brain thinker to a very nihilistic perspective. All right, we are on the clock here. This is a bit of a piss boy room. You know what? I have not been getting a lot of Pittman. I would like to get a little bit of Pittman with Anthony Richardson. I'm going to grab Pittman here at pick 35. So we start Garrett Wilson, Jaylen Waddle, and Michael Pittman. We'll see what DC does here on the turn. They go T. Higgins. Yeah, I can always tell kind of the wide receiver avalanche rooms when Tank Dell goes in the 3rd round, which is starting to happen more and more frequently. I definitely start to worry about wide receiver avalanches. He goes Travis Kelce here. I think I'm going to take the big dog at an ADP value here. We have these 3 wide receivers. Basically what this is going to put me in a tough spot with is if I really like a quarterback and a tight end at the 5-6 turn, like say I get Anthony Richardson and someone like, George Kittle or Kyle Pitts there, then I think it's a little difficult to just do 3 wide receivers through 6 rounds and then wait and see what's back available for me at 83. Generally don't like the wide receiver there at 83. So that's the interesting thing. I might have to decide between a rich or elite tight end at the 5-6 turn, but I like grabbing the Derrick Henry fall here. Again, both Pittman and Henry, 2 guys I haven't been clicking a ton, but we're going to grab them here and see how this build works. There were really no other wide receivers I felt like taking this early. It would have had to be reaching up for Pickens, for Amari, for Kirk, and haven't been getting a ton of Henry. So I like getting the 6-pick discount here. So our team so far, Derrick Henry at running back. We got Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, and Michael Pittman at wide receiver here. Am I coming across high T? JGFC says post-workout Pete on Best Ball Breakfast is awesome. I'm also, normally I have my headphones in, not that I need them for a solo show, but they're charging right now. So I think even the acoustics for me are different right now. I'm just talking to myself in my basement. Ori says, I'm giggling thinking about people tuning in after that open and thinking you were working up this sweat level just drafting. Last year, man, I did a few of those Underdog Cardio Club drafts while streaming. We did it on the Swolecast a few times where I had my little desk treadmill. And man, streaming, drafting, and doing cardio at the same time. That was a shit show. Absolute shit show. What drafts did you guys get into over the weekend? What were you guys drafting? Is it blasting off? Because we had the single entry. We had the single entry contest, right? What was it? The Golden. And then we have the Poodle, which is 20 entry max. Was everyone just blasting off on the Poodle? Poodle's already 57% full here. Oh yeah, and the Superflex. I will admit, I did not get in a ton of entries. I haven't done any in the Superflex, but it looks like I still have some time. That's the Eliminator. Where are we? All right, this is filling up fast. Yeah, 87% in the Puppy Butt Superflex. I've seen some of the teams you guys are posting. It does look like a fun time. I'll have to get in there and draft a couple of them, but just have not had time to do that. We got Poodles, Puppy Superflex. Tyler wants to buy my desk treadmill that you use so I can do UCC in my office when it's 110 outside. I still want to use it occasionally, Tyler. I think it was like a couple $100 on Amazon. I can share the link with you if you want it. SF's Golden, John doing Poodles and Goldens, Golden, Superflex, and Poodle. Yeah, I'll recommend again here. Go Kart said wanted to do the sprint but never fills. Use the hashtag for best ball draft alerts in the Deposit Kingdom. There is in the roles channel, you can react to a best ball draft tag. And then if you guys are trying to fill a sprint draft, you can go and tag the other users there in the Deposit Kingdom. That will certainly help. All right, let's see how this is going to shake out here. I can let you know that B-Spurf was able to get his Mark Andrews, Zay Flowers, CJ Stroud, Diggs, Nico Collins. The week 14 bye week bros can come after B-Spurf now. And then we're going to see what I'm going to do here at 5'11". Patrick Mahomes just came off the board. Terry McLaurin, Christian Kirk. I should be able to get Anthony Richardson here, assuming K. O'Connor doesn't go both Allen and Richardson, which would be a little bit of a weird move. And now I'm going to have that kind of tough decision because I am going to lock up Richardson with Pittman. And then I'm going to have to decide, can I also afford to do elite tight end, or am I going to need to grab another one of these wide receivers? I'm kind of in a good spot here, though, because I'm going to grab Richardson. And then if Jayden Reed's here, I would probably take him. If Kyle Pitts is here, man, I do kind of like taking Kyle Pitts on the team where I passed on Drake London. Here's the question. I just said how I like having at least 4 wide receivers through round 7. It's very unlikely I'm going to like the wide receiver who comes back to me at the end of round 7. You know, by ADP, this would be Calvin. This would be Rome. I'm going to see if I can thread the needle. We're going to go Kyle Pitts here, and we are going to just try to alpha it up at the onesies and see if we can survive. I feel like this is my MO on these best ball breakfasts, these first drafts. I think it was last week that I did the Josh Allen team. You can go look at that again because I get myself into trouble trying new stuff. This is kind of one of those don't try this at home things. We'll see if we can pull it off. Where was it? Last week? No, this was 2 weeks ago. Last week I did a Chicago-Denver thing. 2 weeks ago, I did this Buffalo-Los Angeles Rams thing. And I started out with Puka. Then I went Gibbs, Kelsey, Allen. So I only had one wide receiver through 4. And then I went Worthy, Addison, Rice. And you can see right here where I'm going to pick at the end of this tier, right? So like JSN comes off the board, Hopkins comes off the board, Deontay Johnson, Christian Watson, Rashee Rice. And then you're in like the Jameson Williams range. I like the Tyler Lockett, Mike Williams range. So generally I'll just push it till there. But this is shaping up to me only having 3 wide receivers through 8 rounds if this breaks how I think it's going to break. But we shall see. This is a very fun start, though. Anthony Richardson to Michael Pittman. We got Garrett Wilson and Jalen Waddle, Kyle Pitts, and Derrick Henry. A nice high T start for a high T morning. Black Muddy River. What are you willing to do in the time box contest versus BBM? Yeah, like way more willing to do the B-Spurf stuff to pull up Galaxy Brain combos that you think aren't getting paired regularly. Definitely more willing to do that. The whole reason the Galaxy Brain combo stuff can bite you is because ADPs can naturally change. Like, let me give you an example. Say like I'm constantly reaching for Jalen Waddle at the 1-2 turn. And let's say Tyreek Hill got suspended for 6 games. In that scenario, or say he got hurt and they say he's going to miss the start of the season. In that scenario, Tyreek Hill's probably dropping, 4 to 5 slots, and Jalen Waddle is probably pushing up from pick 22 to the 1-2 turn. So now the move you thought was unique is going to be a chalk start by ADP. And so now you've kind of washed out all of those uniqueness benefits because you tried to pull the move before the board had settled. I think that move is a lot easier to pull either in a time box contest where this Poodle is going to fill what? Tomorrow? In a day? You know that you're not going to have to compete with any other people doing the same thing or the ADPs having enough time to move. So I think these time box contests, the lower dollar contests, are the time to experiment. I end up experimenting a lot in Best Ball Mania just because it's fun for me and I get bored doing the same things over and over. But I think experimenting in the lower dollar amounts in those time box contests is definitely the way to go. Yeah, I see this question come up a lot. I know was it last year? There was a big debate between Herzig and some other people on Twitter. What are your thoughts on drafting QBs that are playing each other in week 17? It's kind of like how I feel about like tight ends having the same bye week and stuff. It's like, I want to avoid it, but I'm not going to, avoid like a really beautiful stack or something, or a really serendipitous setup just because of that. If that makes sense. If you're getting really good ADP values and you're like, man, this quarterback really ties the room together here. I'm not really going to go out of my way to avoid it. So this is exactly what I thought was going to happen. All the wide receivers get wiped off the board. I am not a fan of Jameson Williams at this price. And so I am going to sit this one out here. I don't want anything to do with quarterback. I'm not taking a wide receiver here. So we're looking at running back and tight end. I don't like Jake Ferguson here. So we are looking at running back. So I'm going to pair Jonathan Brooks here. He's kind of the one guy I really want in this range. And then I'm more kind of ambivalent, whether it's Ramondre, Najee, Zach Moss. I'm happy to get any of these guys, but Jonathan Brooks is the one guy I don't want to lose on this squad. And so this is where I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight against this wide receiver avalanche and reach for Sutton here. So that's what DC does here too as well, where I'm just not going to reach because I don't think the caliber of players that I'm going to get, a couple rounds later are that different. And I'd rather just get another running back selection that I like a good bit here. So let's see here. We're going to do a running back. By ADP, it's Ramondre. I think we'll just go with Ramondre here. No other considerations for me, really. Could have done Zach Moss, could have done Najee. I didn't have anything like Denver or any other correlation stuff there. So we will make that pick and we will see if we can survive this wide receiver avalanche we're dealing with here. So here's the team so far. Anthony Richardson to Michael Pittman Jr. We have 3 running backs, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Brooks, and Ramondre Stevenson. Only 3 wide receivers, which does not feel great. Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Michael Pittman. This team is going to get ready to learn a bunch of rookie wide receivers, and then tight end Kyle Pitts here. Guys, you guys are so quick on the trigger finger for wanting to throw out a draft. You do not get to throw out a draft for drafting 5 straight running backs well within their ADP range. This drafter starts CMC, Barkley, JT, Jacobs, Mixon. Is this an optimal start by historical standards? What the data shows? No, it is not. But is this tanking a draft? No, it's not tanking a draft. They've taken 2 wide receivers. You guys, there's such a massive difference between throwing out drafts because of collusion and cheating and someone drafting suboptimally. We want people to do this in drafts, guys. If you're constantly screaming for drafts to be thrown out, you are going to weed out every bad drafter on the site and just leave a bunch of GTO bots on here, and we can all battle against each other and lose to the rake. Let these guys cook. You guys want to throw out every one of these drafts. There is nothing wrong with this draft from a contest integrity standpoint. Would I ever draft 5 straight running backs? No. Does it mean you shouldn't be allowed to do it on Underdog? Absolutely not. I want to live in a world where someone can start 5 straight running backs on UnderdogFantasy.com. God bless America. I'm catching up on the chat. Yes, Andy, I took Pitts. I manned up. I manned up, and now I'm manning down at wide receivers. I need more coffee. I will say, this is how you recover when you start 5 straight. You take Khalil Shakur at pick 96. Curtis Samuel at pick 87. See, what I might end up doing is like a hyper fragile style build here, where I'll probably take a 4th running back in this range again, and then probably pack it up. It's probably what I'm looking at here. Thinking through other quarterback stuff. So we do have Aaron Rodgers late with Garrett Wilson. We have Jalen Waddle with Tua. But this feels like one of those drafts where I'm going to like be done at running back and quarterback by like round 12, and then just have to piss yellow for 7 straight rounds. This could end up being a 10 wide receiver team. All right, let's just check on the wide receivers here. I mean, Rashid Shaheed at ADP, this might be the team I need to do that. I thought I was going to be having to reach for like the 140 guys here. I don't mind Shaheed. Let's go ahead and grab him. Unless, is DC really going to take another running back here? No, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take Trey Benson. I'm going to make DC take his 6th wide receiver here. He could snipe me on Rashid Shaheed if he wants. Or is this the team where I just capitulate on AD Mitchell? Do I capitulate on AD Mitchell here? I've thought this price is kind of crazy, but if I'm doing the Anthony Richardson thing here, it's just a 6-pick gap. Do I just take AD Mitchell? Is that what I do? I probably just take AD Mitchell, right? Let me see what the peanut gallery says here. You know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 80 Mitchell, and here's why. So the chat was saying go for Downs. I like Downs a lot. I take a grip of Downs, but here's the thing. If I push Downs' ADP is 130. And not only is Downs a pick after my ADP, my next pick is at 131. Downs is like one of the darlings. Downs is our generation's Dontavian Wicks. He's the guy that everyone, all the cool kids are talking about. Kerrane's talking about him. Sanderson's talking about him. Everyone's talking about how much they love Josh Downs. I don't think Josh Downs is making it back to 131. So the calculus I was doing there was if I want to double stack Anthony Richardson, and I never take 80 Mitchell at these prices, the one exception for me taking 80 Mitchell here is going to be when I have Anthony Richardson. So we did it. We did it. I'm sorry to all the Rashid Shaheed fanboys. I know you guys are legion, but we grabbed 80 Mitchell. And we also grabbed Trey Benson there for the audio listeners. A little AU, 4 picks past ADP. We might shut it down at running back. It's going to be hard to shut it down because there will come a point in this draft where I'm going to like another running back at value. But considering where we're at, we'll see. We're at a 1-4-4-1 build. Anthony Richardson at quarterback, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Brooks, Ramondre Stevenson, Trey Benson at running back, 4 wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Michael Pittman Jr., 80 Mitchell, and tight end Kyle Pitts. Downs was forgotten, and now he's reborn. A baptism of buzz for Josh Downs. Kerrane is the roaring kitty of BBM. He knows how to spike shares and grab more shares of a higher upside player in that same round. We got OG accusing Kerrane of a pump and dump scheme. David Kitchen was the first person to accuse an influencer of a pump and dump scheme. It was like 2 years ago where I was writing about Terrace Marshall in the Fantasy Life newsletter and accused me of trying to pump and dump his ADP. Yeah, that's Kerrane's master plan. He's trying to pump up Josh Downs to throw you off the scent of Jalen Polk. He's like, don't pay attention to Polk. There's this shiny little third wide receiver on the Colts over here, everybody. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. And then boom, he grabs Jalen Polk to set up his 136th Drake May triple stack. Roaring Kerrane. How much is that Kitty Kerrane's net worth up to? Roaring Kitty Kerrane. Roaring Kitty. Did I see somewhere he had like cleared a billion in on paper wealth, paper gains? This is an interesting take by David. I think 80 will be close to 100 by August. I could see that, right? Because 80 was a prospect that everyone liked before the draft. Like in the big board, him and Xavier Worthy were going both in the same range, top 100 picks. 80 falls in the draft, but he's already crushing camp, according to camp reports. If he continues to make plays, if he continues to show out, it's pretty easy to see how drafters will be back in on him. So I would definitely buy that take that he's only going to get more expensive from here, especially with the market needing to pull more guys up into that Cortland Sutton, Tyler Lockett range. Like there are people who take the 3 detours like I just did and then like, hey, we're looking for anyone to fill this void. All right, let's see what we're looking at here. We could do Tua and be done. This actually, holy cow, you're telling me, first of all, Josh Downs is still here. Did I completely misread this situation? What is the sus? Do I get, man, now I have so many wide receivers I like. How did this happen? I'm going to take Dontavian Wicks first. I'm okay triple stacking. I'm okay triple stacking Anthony Richardson, but I'm going to grab the ADP faller first, and we'll see what Mr. Sus does here. He does take down. See, you jinxed it. Downs always falls. I'm telling you, he's the darling. I don't mind that though, because I'll explain in a second, despite the correlation stuff. Now the question is, do we grab? Because what's going to happen here is I'm going to be on the other side of this wide receiver run. The next time I pick is 155. Like maybe Roman Wilson is there. So I could grab Tua and be done. Or we could keep pushing it and I could grab Xavier Legette. I don't think I need to force Tua here. We also have Cousins still available. Yeah, because I have both Cousins and Rodgers available as guys I can push past ADP, I'm not going to be done at quarterback yet. I want to leave that open. I grab Xavier Legette here. But so here's my thing on trying to push downs around the wrap. Like the way I think about this, I love the concept of cheap correlation, like buying in on these offenses, right? It's what we're doing with the Patriots. Like if you want to take Demario Douglas, Javon Baker, Jalen Polk, go for it. If you want to do it with the Broncos, take Sutton, Mims, and Troy Franklin, go for it. Because I think the opportunity cost is so low. But I spent a third round pick on Michael Pittman Jr. and I reached ahead of ADP for Adonai Mitchell. Now there are certainly scenarios where Anthony Richardson just goes so mega nuclear that the entire offense is just spiking left and right, and Josh Downs is there too. But I think in this scenario, I am playing for Pittman and Adonai Mitchell to be that 1-2. I mean, there's going to be some scraps left over for Josh Downs in the reality of this team I've built. Like, I need Adonai Mitchell to be that dude, to take the leap, be on the field in 2 wide receiver sets, push Downs to more of a tertiary role. So that was the reason I was okay of being like, let me grab the other guy who's in a more ambiguous wide receiver room in Dontavian Wicks. And then let's see if the room gives it to me, Josh Downs at a discount. So I kind of didn't want to force the third pass stacker there. I think it's viable. But I also kind of want to feast off of the 2 bets that I made. And so we are up to 6 wide receivers now. We have Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Michael Pittman, Adonai Mitchell, Dontavian Wicks, and Xavier Legette. We have Kyle Pitts at tight end, Anthony Richardson at quarterback, and our 4 running backs, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Brooks, Ramondre Stevenson, and Trey Benson. Yeah, this is another point too with the Richardson stuff. Like, you want to leave a little meat on the bone for Richardson scores as well. Like, Richardson isn't even a guy you have to force a double stack with. Like, I think skinny stacking Anthony Richardson is perfectly fine. You think about like the ping-ponging element of playing these guys through the playoff gauntlet. It's like, okay, Michael Pittman has a big game, and then Anthony Richardson rushes in 2 scores, which Andy's hinting at here, especially because Richardson gets so much value from running. I don't like to triple stack the Colts. So I think that's right. And I think it's, if you get an extreme value on one of the pieces, you become more open to it, but you don't force the triple stack. I guess the question then, going back, what do you guys like better? Because now we can do that 2v2. Do you like Rashid Shaheed in Downs or Adonai Mitchell in Wicks? That's the 2v2. That's the 2v2 right there. Yeah, lots of Jelani Woods versus Kyron Granson slander. I have not been dipping my toes in the Colts tight end waters yet through BBM. I think that might be something I would entertain in August, but seems like a bit of a clusterfuck right now. Let's see. People like the Mitchell, Wicks, 80 Wicks, Shaheed, because it opens more. Yeah, I think in other scenarios, I would have done Shaheed because of the Carr stuff, but because I had Tua, Kirk Cousins, and Rodgers all as viable stacking partners, and you see this, they're both still on the board here. So we'll grab one of these guys here. And now the question is, do I just go Kirk or do I go Rodgers? Let me see what DC has as far as... DC doesn't have any of Jets or Falcons. And we do catch Burton coming back. I think this is what I will do. I will push the quarterback around the wrap, This is actually broken pretty well because I was hoping to get one more of these rookie wide receivers. I was thinking maybe Roman Wilson or Jermaine Burton would make it back. So we're going to grab Burton here, and then we will grab one of Kirk or Aaron Rodgers here. Yep. JGFC sees me from a mile away. Burton before QB. Ooh, this isn't a bad thing either. This is though where you can get in trouble. So John says Corley for the New York Jets double. Yeah, that's a good point. I think I messed up there. I prefer Burton to Corley in a vacuum, but I think John's entirely right. This should have been a chance to, within that tier of rookie wide receivers, set up the double. And I'm going to probably click Kirk or Aaron Rodgers here anyways. I'm taking the L on that one. I wish I could have that back and do Corley. Even though I'm not like a big Corley guy, I think John is right there. But we're going to do Kirk here. You know, Kirk falls. He has an ADP of 142. Kirk has a week 12 bye. I think Kirk pairs nicely with Anthony Richardson here. 16 pick ADP discount paired with Kyle Pitts, which was another like, all right, this was a decision point of this draft. Do I take the wide receiver in round 6 or do I grab Kyle Pitts? So we are going to stack him up with his quarterback. And we now have an Anthony Richardson, Kirk Cousins quarterback room, and we can shut it down at quarterback. See, this is the one nice thing that can sometimes happen in wide receiver avalanche rooms is the avalanche happens through the first 7 rounds. You know, we saw JSN was off the board by pick 79, and then you really see the avalanche squeeze here in round 8. You get the Shakir, the Lockett, the Jameson, the Samuel, the Sutton, all of these guys going well ahead of where they normally do, almost a full round. But then it evens out because everyone who was trying to catch up at wide receiver is now swinging back to the other positions. And we noticed starting with the Rashid Shaheed, the Wicks, the Leggett, the Downs, the Burton, all of these guys were right at ADP. So if you have the right team set up to make it work, like I thought I was going to get punished for my running back, quarterback, tight end sins early in this draft. I thought I was going to get punished. I thought I was going to get ugly. And I ended up getting some of my favorite targets late here and getting some of my preferred rookie targets at ADP with Leggett and Burton. So to be up to 7 wide receivers here with players that I actually like feels pretty decent considering where I thought I was. C40. I got Corley on an auto pick yesterday and immediately passed out. This is my stuff, like trying to think through the humility based angles of these wide receivers, where it's like all of these guys have interesting things to their profile or interesting parts to their situation. Like I think Roman Wilson could easily be the number 2 target there, or by the end of the season, be one of their main target hogs. You know, I can make cases for Ricky Pearsall with contingent upside. You know, someone like Jermaine Burton, I think could just be on the field and make plays, also has contingent upside with T. Higgins. I struggle a little bit with Malachi Corley because he feels like more of a gimmicky guy. Like I think he could, you know, maybe have a few moments, but it feels like the guy where they're like, week 14, we're going to really try to get Malachi Corley involved for the 9th time. And it just happened. It hasn't happened. That's like how it plays out in my head. But I also want to understand these guys have similar draft capital. They have a similar position on the depth chart. Like I do think Corley is going to have a path to getting on the field early. And so I don't want to get too stubborn about only clicking my favorites within that rookie wide receiver tier. And I include, you know, Jalen Polk in there, even if he's my favorite of those guys. So I want to make sure, like, I don't want to have like 25% Burton and 2% Corley. Those are the ones you look back on and you're like, why was I so overconfident that Burton was that much better of a pick? So I am back in on Ben Sinnott at these prices. You know, Ben Sinnott has been a bit of a boomerang, and he also is a week 17 bring back here with our Falcons stack. So I understand when people were getting a little queasy about Ben Sinnott going in the 12th and 13th round, but at pick 179, a full round and a half past ADP as a bring back here, I feel fine getting back in on Ben Sinnott. And I also feel good about grabbing those 4 running backs because running back has gotten wiped out. We're now looking at the J.K. Dobbins, CH, Eli Mitchell, Tyrone Tracy, and I might end up shutting this down at 4 running backs. Might do 5. But I think we're probably done at tight end. We're probably done at quarterback. So we have 3 more picks. So I think we probably can get to a 5th running back and 2 more wide receivers is what we're looking at here. And I think I will probably just keep loading up on rookies here. It's probably Javon Baker is the pick for me here. He's best on ADP. He's one of my top ranks. I want to keep taking rookie wide receiver darts here. I think that is going to be our play. We'll take Javon Baker, and now we are up to 8 wide receivers. Anthony Richardson, Kirk Cousins at quarterback, running back, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Brooks, Ramondre Stevenson, Trey Benson. Wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Michael Pittman, A.D. Mitchell, Dontavian Wicks, Xavier Legette, Jermaine Burton, Javon Baker. Baker also pairs with Ramondre as part of my New England stuff. And then tight end, Kyle Pitts and Ben Sinnott. Should have drafted Aaron Rodgers for the AR correlation. Last year, I was trying to sell Spags that Aaron Rodgers was the real AR. We'll never know. We'll never know because he got hurt. Mark asking, whose rankings do I have inputted currently? I have aggregated rankings in. So I've been messing around with different ranking sets. This is another thing I like to do as far as drafting off of, whether you're drafting off ADP, whether you're drafting off of ETR ranks, off of Shawn's ranks, you're going to build differently just because the players are naturally getting shuffled up by the order of that ranker's preference. So one of the things I've been doing lately is aggregating 3 ranking sets. So I aggregate ETR's rankings, leg ups rankings, and Shawn's rankings. And it has this interesting effect where it pulls up, Shawn's preferred targets because Shawn has the crazy outlier stuff. Shawn's rankings do not bake in market sentiment or ADP. Both the legendary upside and the ETR rankings put in an ADP element. So their stuff gets slightly pulled back and anchored to ADP. They don't want you just selecting the same guy. Like if Leg Up didn't have their rankings ADP anchored, you would get Jaylen Warren in every draft if you were drafting off of those. So that's what would happen if I pulled Shawn's rankings in. I would take Xavier Worthy in the early 4th round every single draft, or I'd take Brock Bowers in the 6th round in every draft. So by aggregating them, I pull it a little bit back toward the ADP and closer to what the market's doing, but it still places them high enough that it reminds me that those are targets I want to get. So I've been having fun with that aggregated ranking set. Aggregated rankings are the real AR. There we go. And scene. Who should really be the number 1 wide receiver drafted in New England? I think the market has the order right, personally. I think, here, let me go to wide receiver. Oh, it's not going to let me just do it here. But it goes by order. It goes Polk, Demario Douglas, Javon Baker. I wouldn't be surprised to see Baker flip Demario by the end of the summer. Although Demario Douglas, did you guys see this clip? I included this in the Fantasy Life newsletter today. Demario Douglas is running drills up hills barefoot. I included him in a list of 3 players going full hardo. I'm going to link to this in the chat. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the free Fantasy Life newsletter. I write it a few days a week. But this was the video of Pop Douglas doing sprints up a hill and then catching the ball over his shoulder here, barefoot, going full hardo. So this might be moving Demario Douglas is ADP up a little bit. All right, so this is, I think I'm closing this out with 1 running back and 1 wide receiver. I think we could make a case for 3 tight ends, but I just don't see anything that I really need to have here. I'm checking, so you can see now in the Brick Draft Caddy, you can see how many correlations you have. That's the C in parentheses there. Kind of helps looking here to help break some ties. I was going to grab Eli Mitchell. I think Eli Mitchell. Oh, where's this? Jeez, a podcast started randomly playing on my phone. Flustered. Let's see here. Oh, do you know what? Is Rondell Moore still here? Yeah, I wanted to get Rondell Moore for the double stack with Kirk. So let's grab Rondell Moore here, and then we will figure out what I want to do at running back. That's what happens when you use an Android. All right. Which running back do I want to do here? I kind of want a big swing. I kind of want to do another big swing here at running back. Shipley or Estime. I've taken Shipley a few times with Shawn. Estime has more of the correlations on this team. I'm going to do Shipley. I think I'm more of a Shipley guy. I just wanted some kind of running back pulse here. I was going to take Eli Mitchell, and he went 2 picks. We saw there was some coach speak that came out the other day where the team was just pretty emphatic about Eli Mitchell being their number 2. Eli Mitchell's kind of mispriced right now, going at pick 201 relative to the confidence we have of him being the RB2. So I'm going to keep buying that Eli Mitchell dip late. But this team is now in the books. Let's see how this turned out. This was a funky build, but I think it worked. It's a 2-5-9-2 build. We got Anthony Richardson and Kirk Cousins at quarterback, which I think is fine. Kirk Cousins, we got a round and a half value on. The running backs, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Brooks, Ramondre Stevenson, Trey Benson, and Will Shipley. I kind of like this for a thin running back room where it's just like we're playing this as Henry and Stevenson carrying this early, and then the late season rookie hammer trying to find a couple hits among Brooks, Benson, and Shipley. We ended up getting to 9 wide receivers because we only had 3 wide receivers through 35 picks. Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Michael Pittman Jr. And then we had to cover a lot of ground. Our next wide receiver pick, our 4th pick, was at pick 110. Adonai Mitchell to get that double stack with Richardson. And then we had Dontavian Wicks, Xavier Legette, Jermaine Burton, Javon Baker, and Rondell Moore. So a ton of first and second year players there. And then Rondell Moore kind of for correlation purposes, hoping that new environment there in Atlanta is conducive for even some of the ancillary pieces beyond Pitts in London having some success. And then our 2 tight ends, Kyle Pitts and Ben Sinnott. Again, Ben Sinnott, man, the ping-ponging or the boomeranging of Ben Sinnott's ADP has been hilarious. But yeah, Ben Sinnott at 179 paired with an elite tight end. I don't mind that at all. And then also gives me that week 17 bring back. I saw someone in the chat mentioning the Giants. The Giants would have been a very fun piece to get as far as a week 16 and week 17 correlation play. Maybe I should have taken one of my loves there as far as Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Hyatt, or capitulate on some Darius Slayton love there just to get the double bring back week 16 against the Falcons and week 17 versus the Colts. But otherwise, I like how this turned out. If you would have told me I only had 3 wide receivers before pick 109, I would have said, I don't think I'm going to like that team. But that 80 Wicks, Legette, Burton, Baker, Moore string there is fun. There it is. There it is. Yeah, let's check in on B-Spurf. Let's see how this turned out. 2682 has Stroud and Herbert, 0 RB room, Moss, Pollard, Chandler, Kamani, Bucky, CH. I like those running backs. Wide receivers, Nico, Diggs, Zay, Ladd, Deontay Johnson, Jacoby, Shaheed, and Brendan Rice. Tight ends, Mark Andrews, Kate Otten. I think it's fine. I think it turned out fine. Was able to avoid week 14 buys with the rest of the picks, which I think was pretty crucial after starting with so many week 14 buys. Yeah, I think this team turned out fine. like the lad, Deontay, Jacoby, just hunting for some targets there. I think it worked out. I think it worked out for you. All right, let me name my team here. So this was, what day is today? 6/10. This is BBB. What was I'm already forgetting. I had a 2592. And this was an Indy Atlanta. But yeah, this was one of my, like, man, I have so little Richardson with Pittman. That didn't necessarily feel great. Have so little big dog. You know, I've been scooping up some of the Josh Jacobs, scooping up a little bit of the Isaiah Pacheco, but not getting a ton of Henry. I think I actually did Henry on the Swolecast too. So maybe I've been getting my Henry shares lately. Yeah, I took him more at ADP there on the Swolecast in my last draft. So apparently I'm going through my Derrick Henry phase here. We are going to have Shawn Siegele joining us here in a second. I actually just got an email from him with some updated ranks. So I'm going to get those loaded in for our draft. And then Shawn will be coming on in a second. I should also mention, I have it pinned here. I know some of you guys have probably already seen it, but up on the Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel, which is a separate YouTube channel from this. So if you are subscribed to this channel and not to the other ones, you might be missing a bunch of key strategy videos. I know a lot of you are already subscribed, but there are a lot more people subscribed to this channel than that channel. So please go subscribe over there. That's where you can get all of my non-live streamed content. So this channel is exclusively for live streams. The Deposit Kingdom channel is for the pre-produced videos. We script those. We have an editor work on them. They do not waste your time one bit. No fluff, as the counselor is fond of saying. We get right to the point, all of that strategy. And last week I released a video on the elite tight end strategy, basically going through the data in previous BBMs, going through even historical data back to the OG best ball days with MFL 10s, and basically describing why elite tight end is such a dominant strategy within best ball formats and best ball tournament formats specifically, and then getting to the 7-player targets as well there for your draft. So if you've been skeptical about elite tight end, or you're kind of trying to wrap your head around why, so many of these drafts you see from me are elite tight end, highly recommend watching that. Features a ton of great research from, Michael Dubner. Jacob Sanderson has been doing a lot of great work on it. Madison Parkhill on his Substack. Pat Kerrane obviously has written a lot about it. Shawn has written a lot about it. So there's this really interesting dynamic where so many people have written and talked about it over the years, but because it didn't work last year, the market is overreacting to that 1-year sample. Despite us having 9, 10 plus years of data of why elite tight end and these ability of these guys to separate from the position is such a strategic advantage in these contests. So please check out the Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel. Subscribe over there. I'm going to have a video out later this week. My 10 takeaways through 50 BBM drafts. So I've started working on that video, just all of these little nuances, strategy things that I've noticed with having 50 drafts under my belt. So if you haven't dipped your toes in the water yet, this will be a good way to kind of catch you up to speed and be cognizant of the things you want to be aware of when you start hopping in drafts. So without further ado here, we are going to welcome on RotoViz's Shawn Siegele, because it is time for the Best Ball Banana Stand. All right, we have Shawn Siegele here on the Best Ball Banana Stand. This is a show that Shawn and I do every single Monday morning. We hop in a Best Ball Mania 5 draft. We try out our Galaxy Brain ideas. We go out and get our player targets and try to make it all work through the lens of the Best Ball Mania tournament structure, which requires us to think about correlation, these playoff pod elements, and basically accomplish a lot of goals all at once. And Shawn, we're coming off of a draft last week where I think we were able to accomplish so many of the things we want to do in these drafts, and we're going to try to replicate it again here today.
Yeah, you messaged me about that one last week, which obviously got me pretty fired up. We enjoyed the draft. We got the receiving group that we were looking for. It has been an interesting contrast to last season. And Pete, I've been thinking through what some of the reasons for those things might be, other than just, sometimes the rooms are a little better for you. And I do think that, at least for me, I like the fact in 2024 that the elite tight ends give you a detour that fits with the overall structure that we want anytime that you don't have that receiver. And then for me, one of the fun things about 2024 is that I do have more receiver names in each of those rounds, 1 through 6, maybe, than I did at some points last year. And so it does just really feel like it's harder to get caught out, or harder to get behind, harder to get caught in that avalanche. And so there are some structural things that are happening for us, but also, especially when we got that first kind of early slot that we'd had together, that really worked out nicely last week.
Yeah, it did. And for people who didn't get a chance to check that show out, Shawn and I did a true 0 RB build. Our first running back was Tyjae Spears in the double-digit rounds there. So that allowed us to kind of play the hits and do something that was really hard for us to do last year, because the wide receiver avalanches were basically serving up really exciting running back profiles on a silver plate for us to be like, hey, here's Travis Etienne, here's Breece Hall, here's James Cook, here's Javonte Williams. Take these guys at incredible values. This year, it seems like the entire draft board has kind of made an agreement of like, let's value these positions in this specific pocket of the draft. And it actually allows you to build these really strong teams. And then you can get in trouble if you try to swim against that current in a big way. So it is an entirely different dynamic. And Shawn, I just jumped us into a draft here. Fortunately, we're not at the back end of the board. We got the 1-6 today. So we'll get to draft from the middle of the board here.
And that should be a lot of fun. One of the things I did want to ask you about, once you'd had time to really process the draft, how did you feel about the running back group? How did you feel about that quarterback group last week?
Yeah, let's see. I'm going to get this pulled up so we can, again, kind of just talk about it a little bit for people who don't remember it off the top of their head here, because like I said, we took Tyjae Spears with our first pick. We did take Caleb Williams to stack with Keenan Allen, and ended up getting a 3 quarterback room here. So this was the running back room that Shawn's alluding to when we went true 0 RB. And let's make this pick here, Shawn, and we'll circle back and juggle this. It looks like we're going to be looking at one of Justin Jefferson or Amon Ra St. Brown here. You good with Amon Ra as Jefferson goes?
I am. I've been kind of going back and forth on those two guys, because it is very difficult to go away from Justin Jefferson when you're allowed to get him in the middle of the first round. Best wide receiver in football, obviously. And yet I do think that that quarterback situation is going to be interesting. You follow some of the early stuff coming out for them. Obviously you're getting the puff pieces around Sam Darnold. And especially in a fantastic situation, I wouldn't be surprised if Darnold is okay for a while and good enough that they push back maybe that transition. I might be concerned that, number one, the ceiling is lower with Darnold. Number two, if the transition actually gets made late enough in the season, then maybe JJ McCarthy isn't coming on strong enough, early enough for you to really feel comfortable with where Justin Jefferson and McCarthy are together, when you really need those points. And so Amon Ra has all that target competition, but he's also so good, and really maybe the highest floor, certainly in that range, but I mean, an incredibly high floor just overall too.
Yes. And I've started to do just kind of an early review of my BBM exposures as I'm going to hit 50 drafts this week. And one thing I noticed is, because there was the early Justin Jefferson uncertainty by the market, right, where they're like, is he going to hold out? And he was often slipping in drafts. People were taking the running backs ahead of him. They were taking him on Ra. And so I didn't realize how much Jefferson I'm at. I think I was close to 20% Jefferson, and I was really low on Amon Ra. And not because I was fading him, but just because the room kept giving me Jefferson. And so I am excited to kind of, now that the market's swinging back to where maybe is a more efficient spot, getting my Amon Ra exposure, because I don't want to be out on Amon Ra this year. So this feels good here. And just to circle back before we make our second pick, this was the running back room Shawn was alluding to earlier. Some people might be terrified about how thin this is. Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet, Marshawn Lloyd, Kendre Miller, Bucky Irving, Chuba Hubbard. But it doesn't scare me. You're obviously going to need some contingent upside probably to help unlock the full potential here. But with guys like Spears, Lloyd, the way the team's talking about him, Kendre Miller, Chuba early, I feel like we have enough like bankable touches to make a room like this work. And then if you get that contingent upside on top of it, you could just be blasting off with a wide receiver and tight end room like we have.
Yeah, and we keep going back to this idea of, I mean, every season, the shape of running back scoring is going to be a little bit different. There's going to be a season in here where early running back is the thing that works and wins. And so we won't want to ignore the fact that that is likely at some point. And yet, in the majority of seasons, the way that you're going to win is you're going to have one of those late running backs break out. And when they do, it just makes it almost impossible to compete with those teams. And looking at those specific names, I mean, obviously you're looking for the type of profile that is more likely to do that. I have an absolute ton of Zach Charbonnet. And the weird thing about that is I'm not actually that high on him, but I guess I really don't understand where he's being priced and why he's, why the pricing is as it is.
Yep. JT comes off the board at 18. We could have had the conversation about him. It looks like ranks Deebo, Aiyuk by ADP. Do you want to go Deebo here? Or do you see something else?
Yeah, I mean, you can go with the cheaper of those guys.
Aiyuk?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if I got it in. Yep. I got Aiyuk here. And we do, of course, get kind of the serendipitous week 17 correlation with Amon Ra, Aiyuk. I've talked a lot about how I don't go out of my way to kind of force things through the first 4 to 5 rounds with some of these correlations. This is one of those that's kind of correlated just by ADP. Amon Ra and Brandon Aiyuk often line up. It's kind of similar to the Amon Ra CeeDee Lamb dynamic from last year, where you got the week 17 correlation, but their just natural value by drafters was correlated by ADP at the 1-2 turn. So you basically aren't reaching, you're not, sacrificing projected points if that becomes an issue. It's just a benefit that you get there. So in these cases, then it's like just a cherry on top to that selection.
Yeah. And I was going through some work on Geno Smith, which is going to sound a little funny in this context, after you and I drafted him last week. And then Ben and I did a little bit of a deeper dive into him on Ceiling Bananas, in part because after you and I had selected him, and I didn't really have much of that, even though obviously I like to draft JSN, and kind of thinking through that. The next piece I have coming out will probably dive into that a little bit more. And one of the things kind of looking at there are quarterbacks, offensive coordinators, situations that support 3 receiving weapons. And one of the things that really jumped out was simply Kyle Shanahan. And this isn't come as news to anybody, but the idea that Aiyuk, Samuel, and Kittle can all score and even can all do that with Christian McCaffrey having a big season. Again, we have plenty of evidence to that direction. It's not like that's in any way controversial, but it was interesting to me to see just how stark the results were in terms of what Shanahan has done, especially when we have this sense of him often calling a somewhat low volume passing offense. One of the reasons I mentioned Aiyuk there, I do like Deebo better. I do think he's more likely to be the top scorer, and yet they could be close enough. And even though they're close in ADP as well, I didn't know if we wanted to go ahead and take Aiyuk first, just because, if you're taking Samuel first there, then you're just not going to get much Aiyuk. So that was
that. Yeah, that's how I've been playing a lot of those spots too. And I think that is a part where you can kind of review your portfolio and make sure it's like, yeah, I slightly prefer this guy to that guy, but do I want it to the tune of 25% to 2%? Or is my confidence interval more like I want 15% to 7%, or something like that. So I think that's how I want to approach some of those. I've yet to layer in my exposures fully. I'm kind of doing it anecdotally of like, I haven't taken this guy, want to get a share here, etc. But I will be kind of dialing in there as we move forward. So we do have by ADP, you're looking at DJ Moore, LaPorta, and Cooper Kupp. By rank, we do have LaPorta and a couple of wide receivers. What do you think is the way to play this?
Yeah, I'm okay going with either Moore or Cup here, kind of going with ADP instead of the rankings.
Yeah, let's do DJ Moore here. I want to, because you obviously have an aggressive ranking on LaPorta. How do you think about LaPorta specifically with Amon Ra? Like, when obviously they can coexist. We saw that happen last year. But when you think of, say, LaPorta having a Kelsey-like season, like, prime Kelsey season, does that come at the expense of a player like Amon Ra in a way you worry about having them together relative to the ceiling outcomes for both of them?
I think it probably comes a little bit more at the expense of the Jameson Williams breakout and a little bit more at the expense of maybe David Montgomery. One of the things you're going to need to see for Sam LaPorta to really hit the way that we want is you're not going to be able to have the massive number of running back touchdowns. And so from that perspective, it's a little bit more of a bet against the running backs. I think it's certainly a situation where if you have them both, then you get pushed a little bit more in the direction of having Jared Goff. And you kind of look back to, some of the things that worked last season in specific times. And obviously it was the Goff LaPorta game, if I remember correctly, week 15 that pushed a lot of those teams into week 16. I think when you get to that part of the campaign or that part of the tournament, you have a little bit more of a potential issue there than you would say for initial advance. And we know initial advance is very important. So you're going to be juggling a variety of things there. One of the things that I have come to as I've worked through some of the schedule elements a little bit more is that even though I don't think that their ADPs fit their most likely outcomes, I don't want to be out on the Chicago Bears receivers. And so when you get them at a decent price, I'm actually kind of layering in all three of those guys.
Yeah. And I think there's so many, I just see it pop up so much through the lens of thinking about rookies or week 17 correlation or even elite tight end. Like, so much analysis is trying to pigeonhole a season-long redraft game onto best ball, and they just couldn't be more different. And I do think how you handle the Texans wide receivers, how you handle the Bears wide receivers are the perfect illustrations of why these tournament structures are so unique. And then what it really boils down to is you are asking yourself that question: does this player have a chance to go for 40 points in week 16 and single-handedly carry my team to the finals? And with DJ Moore, the answer to that question is unquestionably yes. Like, we have seen him do that. We know he has one of the higher ceilings of any, player in the league. We've also seen him do it multiple years in different scenarios. He was a guy you needed on Pat's winning team. Then he had that monster game last year against the Commanders. So as long as he's checking that box, I think it makes it a lot easier. Sam LaPorta does slide all the way to 4-4, goes off the board. By ADP, we're looking at Etienne, Higgins, Lamar, and McBride. Looks like Higgins or McBride by rank. What do you think?
It doesn't seem to me like we have much McBride, so I might be interested in going that route, but certainly getting the four wide receivers to start is awfully fun. So Higgins, either one of those two guys are perfect.
Okay, I actually think we had a couple McBride teams from when we were picking at the back end, and we had like a Marvin Harrison and I think a Cup team, because it was one of our first teams, Shawn, where we grabbed Kyler. And I remember we were kind of torn about whether we wanted to pull the trigger on Kyler there. I'm going to try to pull it up here just because I remember this team in my head. Here it was, Shawn. May 20th, we did a Trey McBride, Puka team there where we drafted Trey McBride at pick 35 early. So I think we have a little McBride in our portfolio so far. And my only other thought, Shawn, was thinking through some of the 2v2s when we're picking at the middle of the 5th round. Generally still some tight ends that we're going to like there, where maybe the wide receiver tiers get wiped out. And it's a little unusual, I think, in these draft rooms, Shawn, to see Kirk and Amari come off the board before T. Higgins. So that seemed kind of like a unique opportunity there.
I know what's really happening is you're just setting us up to get somebody else.
I'm not. I have no agenda. See, I'm not like Pat, who would try to take T. Higgins here to set up Bo Nix in the 18th round as a week 17. Like, I'm not that sick there. But go ahead.
I was thinking that you're both doing that, and you're like, why would you take Trey McBride when, I mean, people are coming back.
Well, the other thing is I do have a grip of Trey McBride. I made a video, and I worked on it with RotoViz's Michael Dubner on elite tight end last week. And I was doing kind of a portfolio review. And I was like, I want to be in on this cohort of elite tight end, but I also had some like blind spots, accidental blind spots, because I've selected so much Trey McBride at the expense of some of these other tight ends. So yes, maybe that was slightly in the back of my head there.
But I do like getting T. Higgins. Looking into a few of his things a little bit more, I'm maybe pulling back slightly on this idea that Joe Burrow and T. Higgins are both going to stay healthy and both going to explode. But we do know that's in the range of possibilities there. And it is something where I think you want to be aware of how you can set up a few of the later quarterbacks early on and just give yourself a lot of pathways so you don't feel that pressure in the middle rounds to take any specific guy. You can get the values, and it's not even much getting values at QB. I think I've talked on the show before about how Jake Bose has written for us about how the QB ADP values are not as important, but you just want the flexibility, right? If you get caught up thinking I've got to have a certain guy, you end up passing on a player at a more important position that would have made the whole thing work. And so I love that element.
Shawn, I think we're on the same wavelength. Is Kincaid the pick for you here?
Yeah, he's somebody I wanted to have extremely high exposure to. And then, I mean, he's gotten expensive, and in a bunch of my drafts, he's gone ahead of ADP. And so it almost feels really weird to get him at the spot, even though I believe it's just like 2 slots below ADP.
Yeah, we get him at pick 54 here, ADP of 50. And this is like my only fear of like the, LaPorta early on, and then, McBride of late. It's like, I do know I can click those guys every time in round 3 for LaPorta, every time in round 4 for McBride. And yet when I do that, it does box me out of a Dalton Kincaid selection a lot of the times. Of course, we could have played with fire here. The drafter in the 5 hole who didn't have a tight end yet, he could have taken Kincaid. And then we're kind of waffling. Do we reach for Pitts here? Yada, yada, whatever. But I really like the way this plays out as far as get out into a wide receiver tier here with T, and then still get a guy we view similarly to Trey McBride then back in the 5th round.
Yeah, and I don't know. One of the things that has sort of popped up for me with the schedule stuff is like the Bills end up being maybe a little bit less enticing than I hoped they were going to, but that's, more of a tiebreaker type of element. One of the things that Ben and I also did on Stealing Bananas last week was dive into Curtis Samuel a little bit, work through, how the Bills are going to flesh out this passing game and where they're going to get production from. And one of the things that was kind of fun is that Ben and I do have a little bit more of a disagreement, a little more of a debate on that than we do on a lot of the players. But I do think that there are concerns about their ability to get the job done if Dalton Kincaid doesn't have a huge year.
Yeah. I think that I've been struggling with the Bills a lot. Basically every player I struggle with to some extent relative to cost, right? Like if Keon Coleman was a 10th round pick, I wouldn't be struggling with it at all. But I do think the price on those, and when you come back around, I do think you can argue Josh Allen is fairly priced when he is in the 4th round in Dalton Kincaid. And this is one of those rare offenses, Shawn. I know a lot of times we talk about playing ambiguous situations through the cheaper pieces. This feels like a spot where the cheaper pieces are the ones that are artificially inflated, and you're actually getting fair value on more of the higher end guys, the Allen, the James Cook, the Kincaid. So it's kind of this weird thing where you're playing it counterintuitive to how you normally would.
Exactly. So I think on each team, you really have to work through which one it is, because it's not across the board that you want to take the cheaper pieces. There are definitely offenses, as you just mentioned, where the more expensive guy is clearly the player that you need. And so, and the Bills to me are one of those. Curtis Samuel's ADP also makes no sense to me, even though I like Curtis Samuel and think he could hit. I mean, you're paying a lot to find that out.
Shawn, we're on the clock here. The best wide receiver available for us looks like Jordan Addison. Kenneth Walker's here, and George Kittle is here. Which direction you want to go?
Let's go with Walker.
Let's go grab Walker here, get our first running back. So we now have no quarterbacks. We got Kenneth Walker here, just a couple picks past ADP. We got our 4 wide receivers, Amon Ra, Brandon Aiyuk, DJ Moore, T. Higgins. We got our tight end, Dalton Kincaid. We do get Kenneth Walker opposite DJ Moore in week 17. That's a pretty easy one to tell yourself those guys kind of ping-ponging big plays in that week 17 game. I've noticed Shawn Walker falling a decent bit in some of my drafts to the point where I've regretted some other earlier running back selections because I've been catching up at wide receiver, and he's been here at like the 6-7 turn. So I assume you're pretty in on Kenneth Walker whenever he's in this range.
Yeah, I don't really understand it. I still actually have quite a bit more Charbonnet simply because, I mean, it's very difficult to pass on Jordan Addison right there. I did think that getting one running back allows us to keep attacking wide receiver in 7 and 8 if we have guys that we really like there in some of these drafts we have had. And so I wanted to at least open that up for us and make it a situation where if we want to push running back a little bit further, we have a foundation guy. Are you seeing anything that explains why Walker would be falling to this extent?
No, because, I'm like, Zach Charbonnet isn't rising either. Normally you would see those moves being correlated like Zach Charbonnet enthusiasm, but I don't think it's that. I think there's general dead zone running back sentiment that's pushing all these guys down. Rachaad White has been falling as much as Kenneth Walker. You'll see Joe Mixon fall. It's really these round 5. I mean, Josh Jacobs went at 57 in this draft, well behind his ADP. I think it's this, Jacobs, Mixon, Walker, Rachaad White cohort where drafters, I think, are feeling the squeeze of like, man, Jordan Addison's off the board. JSN's coming off the board. Like, I can't afford this running back pick. And so I think it's more of like a macro dynamic than a specific Kenneth Walker thing. Let's see. By ADP, Keon Coleman has slipped. Rashee Rice is here. We got some running backs by your ranks. What do you think is the way to play this?
Do you want to get a share of Coleman here?
This might be one of our only times to do it. I kind of like, I really love the getting as many stacks as I can on a team. And a lot of people don't want to make the Coleman click there, not because they don't like Coleman, but they don't want to do it with Dalton Kincaid without Josh Allen. And I just have absolutely zero problem with it because I know we're going to build out other stacks. We're going to have, if we go 3 quarterbacks, we're going to have 3 stacks. And now guess what? We just built in a 4th stack with one of the best offenses in football. So I like that move from a correlation standpoint. I guess the question then back to you is, you clearly are down on Keon Coleman to the market. He was not up there in your ranks. Like, how are you thinking about him? This dovetails with those Bills pieces being tough clicks.
Yeah, and I think there's probably an argument for just going ahead and taking Rashee Rice and expecting that he rises quite a bit once we get, any sort of sense. I guess my question for Rice, though, is whether or not we're going to have that until the very end. And so, or even then. And so you may have a situation where you never get really the move with him. I also think it potentially would have been interesting to go ahead and just take Jameson Williams there, since we obviously had the situation where the names were going to go early. He wasn't going to come back to us. And yet, even though I'm very down on Coleman, I do think that you want to consider a specific spot where you get a pretty reasonable ADP value. And like you said, you can make that Kincaid Coleman play together in a way that works fine within the context of the rest of the team. If I'm wrong on Coleman, this will be the type of draft where I want to have him on the team and just get the play there, as opposed to worrying about, I don't want to take that ADP value when I also have Kincaid. I think that's the wrong way to look at it.
Right. Yeah. And I do think like the Keon Coleman bet is kind of interesting, compared to some of those other names. You said the 2 names that come off the board right after him at wide receiver, Rashee Rice, where, you're going to miss probably a good chunk of early season production. Jameson Williams, the camp reports are really good, but we have a pretty long history of him not necessarily being capable of a full breakout. So he definitely feels like he belongs there. And again, it goes back to that confidence interval. If you're selecting those other guys over him, every time, is the probability that those guys hit relative to Keon that outsized. So using the ADP faller to get us on a couple of these guys, I think, makes sense. And now we have a really nice structure here, Shawn. We are back on the clock at 8-7. This is the point in the draft where I no longer feel like I can talk you off of Brock Bowers. Is there anything else here you would like to do? The Joe Burrow ADP fall potentially. What do you like?
Well, you can get that second running back with Swift, even though we have DJ Moore. I do think Brock Bowers makes sense. I think that you can take Burrow too, since we have Higgins.
Let's see here. The Chase drafter is behind us without a quarterback. But I still like pushing those pocket passers. We also still have, look at all these candidates, right? Jared Goff, Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams. So I'm not too worried about forcing the issue at quarterback. Burrow's kind of fallen in that category for me where I'm like, I'll take him around past ADP, which is just about what he was at here. But I guess I just never feel hurried to do so.
Yeah, and I like Burrow for this season, and yet obviously in the rankings there, people can see that I had him below Bowers and Swift. I don't think that the likely scoring ranges for Burrow, Purdy, and Goff are very different. And, you know, based on some of the things that we have seen the last several years, I'm not even convinced that Burrow is necessarily more likely to hit that really high-end outcome because, I mean, if Jamison Williams does take the next step, I mean, you're talking about Jared Goff scoring an absolute ton of points and having the weekly upside in the tournament portion that does the same thing as the quarterbacks who are going much earlier. Purdy is sort of unique in that, you know, looking at his fantasy points over expectation purely as a passer last year, they were pretty insane. And you're thinking, you know, again, he's basically already at the absolute ceiling. And yet if they, you know, if Christian McCaffrey gets hurt and they actually have to pass more, there's no reason to think they would pass significantly less efficiently. And I mean, again, you have the most talent in the NFL there. I mean, especially when you factor in Shanahan's background, the likelihood of him leading the league in, you know, FPOE at the QB position from the passing portion of it is extremely high. And so the reason you take Joe Burrow earlier than those guys is because he's more expensive, not necessarily because he's going to score more points, right? So you want to get some of him, but I mean, does he help you relative to those guys? If Higgins stays healthy and Chase gets back to being the guy who could easily be worth the 101, then yes. But I mean, there are routes for those other guys too.
And to me, it's a roster flexibility thing here. Let's make our pick here, Shawn. We're at 102. There's an unstacked Dak. This is right at ADP for Jayden Daniels. If we want to do him, we both like him. Could also be looking at a running back as well. Trey Benson is highest by ADP. Which way do you think we go here?
Yeah, I think Benson would be pretty interesting, but I certainly always like Daniels. I think we can try and push the other option.
Yeah, let's grab Trey Benson here. Maybe I'm just in a mood to push QBs today. I of course love Jayden Daniels, but I think that is to me the whole thing is, you know, looking at our roster and seeing how can we make the strongest version of this team while accomplishing our player targets, our correlation goals. And this was the topic last week when we did take Caleb Williams over our first running back, you know, at ADP. And it was because I was looking at our roster and I'm like, we don't have a lot of quarterbacks available to stack with these early pass catchers. And because of that, we don't really have the roster flexibility to build out backdoor stacks. And so to me, that shifted the priority to quarterback. This is like the inverse of that. I kind of like the flexibility we have for some of these pocket passers to fall, not only get values on them, but lock up stacks and then use that flexibility to prioritize another player target, another position we really like here with Trey Benson.
And I should say that I sometimes get myself in trouble when I've opened up like the three interesting guys as we have here, where I'm like, you know, how could I not end up getting them? And then you don't get them. So I always try and remind myself, you do actually have to draft them at some point. But everything you said there is exactly the way I'm thinking about this team.
And to me, this is kind of like the sweet spot of like how I like to do zero RB, where we do have the 5 early. But we're not stopping at 5 wide receivers in this build. I mean, at the very least, this is probably a 7 wide receiver build. I bet we could stop at 7 if we needed to. That still gives us 2 more pieces to play with for backdoor stacks. If we were to get shut out, I am getting a little nervous looking at some of my exposures of how much like Drake May and Daniel Jones I have, and knowing that there's some fragility to those guys playing 17 games. So I'm like trying to chill a little bit on that. And yet there are so many options to still stack if you get shut out.
Yeah. And kind of as we work through this pick here, I mean, you had mentioned to me already about a month ago your concern about May. How are you thinking about that situation in terms of, I mean, do you feel like the Patriots have very clearly said, he's not going to be the starter for the first half of the season? Or is it more a thing where they're like, I mean, he's not the starter now, he could still win the job, in training camp? He's awesome. Which, I mean, if he actually were awesome, they would have to make that move. You wouldn't draft him there and then be like, oh no, he just lit it up. We're still going to. But
yeah. The Patriots are like one of the organizations where I feel like I don't want to call their bluff, to that, where I'm like, they seem like a team that'd be like, you don't think we'll start Jacoby Brissett for 17 games? Watch us. Like, I'm like, okay, I don't know how you could, but yes, that team will find a way. It still seems like the most likely thing is Drake May starting at the end of the season, but I do worry it could get hairy. All right, Shawn, we are on the clock. We do have Caleb Williams now well past ADP here. Do you like him with DJ Moore at this price?
Yeah, let's go ahead and hit on that one. It would have been interesting because it would have been very difficult to pass up Jayden Daniels, even though he doesn't really fit, if he had lasted one more pick.
And I do feel like we played this right, Shawn, knowing we were debating Benson or Daniels. Daniels comes back to 114, and then we were able to use him as the backstop to Caleb as well. Like he was giving us cover on Caleb there. So similar spot last week, we took Caleb a little ahead of ADP because we were worried about getting boxed out. This week we were allow it to come to us and then get him. Did I see in your ranks, you have Caleb and Jayden Daniels still pretty close in your ranks, right?
I do, in part because I've gotten a little more excited for Caleb Williams again in terms of some of the things that he can help you do. One of the things that I do like is to try and play this NFC North a little bit. And there are also elements of it that overlap nicely with the NFC West. And so putting those two divisions together sort of early on in drafts, then it opens up a lot of the things that you've been talking about, where you're getting teams that you have a lot of confidence in, but then it sort of naturally sets up a little bit of a tighter build. And I think when you have that and you have these 3 receivers, I mean, every team has different things, and each kind of group of media has different things they like to report on. In so many of the spots we've gotten, these guys are off to the races and they already look like the best thing ever. With the Bears, you're getting, they can't line up. Like they can't get the snap
Really?
off.
I missed that.
And you're like, well, I mean, that part doesn't fill you with a ton of enthusiasm, but it's nice to have a few of those things, I think, to hold Caleb Williams in that spot, because certainly once the reviews or the reports start coming out that, he's hitting all these guys and you can't cover the 3 receivers, and, he also has Cole Kmet, then I would expect his price to jump. Although there are some things like, the Dak Prescott price, for example, that's going to naturally, lock him into a certain range probably.
All right, we're about to pick in the middle of the 11th round. Our team so far, Caleb Williams at quarterback. We just got those 2 running backs, Kenneth Walker and Trey Benson. We got those 5 wide receivers, Amon Ra St. Brown, Brandon Aiyuk, DJ Moore, T. Higgins, Keon Coleman, tight ends, Dalton Kincaid, and Brock Bowers. Shawn, we once again have some quarterback values that we can discuss here. Brock Purdy's the big faller. He's now 16 picks past ADP. Jared Goff is right at ADP. We do, I think, find ourselves in a little dicier territory if we then punt quarterback here. What do you think is the play?
Yeah, in this situation, I think I would almost always go ahead and take Purdy, because you've gotten, I have those guys ranked very close together. I think what they do for you is almost identical. And in order to get some Purdy, you want to get him here where it's that nice value. And like you say, even though he's there and Goff goes much later, probably they both come off in the interim.
I think so too. You know, we are seeing what we've just got Caleb, you know, essentially 10 picks past ADP. We just got Brock or Purdy, you know, 16 picks past ADP, but Goff then sliding to 139. That would have been 14 picks past ADP. It definitely is possible the way these are sliding. I think if we had more time, you can kind of analyze the board. Maybe this LaPorta drafter, this Gibbs LaPorta team only has Anthony Richardson. I would bet he's a really good bet to draft Goff at 136. So I think it's maybe a tougher conversation if they're both right at ADP and you're like, maybe one of these guys will fall. But when Brock is a full, you know, round and a half, to me, that was a really nice click. And now we're essentially done at quarterback and tight end if we want to be, and can really focus on running backs and wide receivers the rest of the way.
And one of the things I was going to ask you, even though sometimes it leads to our pick being taken, but the Deebo Samuel drafter, if that person had been likely to take Purdy, but it didn't necessarily matter that much to us since Goff was also going to probably be there.
Yeah, and Goff is falling. I'm surprised that the LaPorta Gibbs drafter didn't want to close the loop there. I doubt Goff will fall to 153 because then you start to worry about the Jameson Williams drafter as well. But anyways, let's get back on track here with our squad. I see here we're looking at some running backs. Nick Chubb is the running back faller here by ADP. What do you think the play is?
Well, I don't draft him very often, but every once in a while, especially if you have a little bit better setup like we do, I think you can take him. I also don't think there's any problem with just getting to Marshawn Lloyd and saying we've got two guys. You know, why not take a third sort of upside play?
All right, I will grab Lloyd. I've been kind of approaching it same as you. I've gotten some pretty insane deals on Nick Chubb, and I kind of like the idea of, it's like, I know when I'm clicking Nick Chubb because the room's giving me such a good deal. That 10 pick ADP, I was kind of on the fence there. So I went ahead and selected Marshawn Lloyd for us there, which gets us to that third running back. And I do think, you know, on a zero running back, modified, whatever you want to call this, with Kenneth Walker, Trey Benson, and Lloyd just as our third running back, getting a guy who's going to be on the field right away out of that third spot. I do kind of like Nick Chubb more if you've, you know, invested more in the position early. You know, say you have a Jonathan Taylor and a Devon Achane, and then you're like, I want this third guy to just be a late season hammer who can actually get into my lineup ahead of these other guys. Whereas I think on this team, we're going to need Marshawn Lloyd's points early, you know, to help this team advance.
And one of the things that's unfortunate a little bit about Lloyd is that his week 18 game is Chicago. And so it's not a situation where, even though they're in that same division, that, you know, you would have him scoring a bunch of touchdowns and then fueling, you know, maybe the Bears having to throw 50 passes or something like that. Despite that being the case, I still think it's a really good pick there. His profile, it was so Jekyll and Hyde in that if you watch him, he's the most dynamic running back in the class. You look at the peripherals, the most dynamic running back in the class, and yet his teams didn't play him nearly as much as that would indicate. The good news is that the Green Bay Packers seem to love him.
Yep. Yeah, they do. The coach speak there has been really good in both directions, as far as them being like, we want to have a committee, you know, we want to get Marshawn Lloyd. Even talking about how much they like him in the backfield, I think is really encouraging. Like if he carves out a standalone role off the rip because they like using him in third down and hurry up stuff, I mean, that really gives him a pretty wide moat for paying off this price tag, as opposed to being a true contingent back there. So yeah, I'm getting excited about him. We're about to pick at 13-6. We have seen some nice running backs come off the board. What do you think here, Shawn? Is this a pick where we grab like a Ray Davis and really hammer these Bills, or do we keep going or go back to wide receiver?
I think we probably take one more running back here, and either Davis or Vital, I think, work pretty well. They have ADPs that are similar. Obviously, I'm right next to each other in my rankings.
All right, let's do Davis. I guess I have like those guys in my mind separated as far as, when you think about the draft capital, the situation, and where it's like, I feel pretty confident in Ray Davis's position on the depth chart and like where he's going to open up the season, where I still get kind of the spooks about Kamani Vidal. And, if J.K. Dobbins is feeling himself during preseason and, Gus stays healthy, it's like he could be pretty close to a stone zero, where I think the Bills have shown us time and time again, they want someone else on the field along with James Cook. So I broke the tie there with Ray Davis, and we now have the 3 Bills here as well. So I kind of like that team correlation there as well, Shawn.
And I mean, this probably makes absolutely no difference, but I don't mind, as you said, having him without Josh Allen, because so many other teams that have those players are going to have Allen on it. If he ends up not being the guy, if we get a couple of Ray Davis touchdowns at a key moment, then that part is pretty fun. I think that Vidal is the better player, and I think that the offense will be a more dynamic rushing offense with the Chargers. But the things that you noted do definitely give you a much better floor. And Dobbins, as you mentioned, is just such a difficult guy to read. That specific injury, when guys tell you they're healthy, you're like, well, maybe you're moving without pain, but all of the research suggests that your explosiveness is not going to come back for another 12 months. And so, you've got to kind of balance those things. I absolutely love J.K. Dobbins. So he's somebody it is difficult for me to avoid with some of those late clicks, even though I'm like, is this just emotion? I mean, you need to not get too much of him either. So certainly understand.
That's such a good point. I've never heard it phrased that way, about saying I'm injury-free being the difference between not feeling any pain versus not being your former self from an explosive standpoint. I do think that's a very key distinction, and specifically for a player like J.K. Dobbins, where historically he hasn't caught a ton of passes. You are getting excited about the explosiveness and the rushing efficiency when you buy back in on him. Shawn, I think the board has broke nicely for us to maybe get back in on some wide receivers, or take Kamani, who does fall here. I guess not falling. He's only a couple picks past ADP. But what do you think the play here is? We got the Denver wide receivers if we want to set something up opposite T. Higgins. All of them are available as Roman Wilson comes off the board. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems like it's one of these two guys. And we still have a little bit of an edge for Franklin in ADP. I still have him with a slight edge in the rankings. It's tricky because we have the information that Mims already had a bad year and yet might be an earlier guy in terms of how they try to make that team work. I guess for me, even though there is some risk that Franklin gets buried and is the 4th receiver to start, he was drafted just early enough that I think that we don't have to be terrified of the fall. And he's probably the best receiver on that team. And so you don't even have to necessarily go to the fact that he has the rapport already with the QB to kind of like him in a tiebreaker-ish situation there, especially where we already have a number of receivers we like. If we're going to have to take a bunch of receivers down the stretch in order to fill things out, maybe you want somebody with a little better floor than he's going to provide. I think he's a great fit for this team.
Yeah, so we do select Troy Franklin. I guess even aside from, teasing apart the Denver wide receivers, because we had talked about Vidal at 150, he comes back to 163. Did you just think, were you seeing kind of like a tier run at wide receiver and maybe not feeling, if we go running back there and then we come back at 174 and really need a wide receiver, that we might not have a target we like as much?
Well, even though we have a lot of rookies at running back, I feel pretty good with the numbers that we have. And that's one of the reasons why when you have Kenneth Walker early, I think that you get a lot less worried about the fact that your next 3 guys were rookies. I didn't necessarily expect him to come back. And obviously there are a few picks to still see that. My experience has been that Franklin and Mims are going very close to each other. And I did expect them both to go if we didn't take one. And I thought it was such a nice fit with having T. Higgins.
Yeah, it is nice to set up some of those team stacks. We obviously have the Brock Purdy to Aiyuk stack with Amon Ra in week 17. We have our Caleb to DJ Moore with Kenneth Walker in week 17. We got some Green Bay stuff there as well with the Chicago-Seattle. So getting to play some of those Week 17 matchups, which was something we were able to do nicely last week as well, being heavy on those Chicago, Minnesota, Seattle trio who kind of all overlap in a very fun way in the fantasy playoffs is always a nice way to see it break. We're about to pick at the middle of the 15th round, pick 174. We got a 2-4-6-2 build. Marvin Mims did just come off the board at pick 172. So he will not be joining this squad. We'll see what this drafter does here. I believe Kamani is still on the board. So I assume he's going to go here, but if not, yeah, he does go. We can, talk about a J.K. Dobbins. We got a couple of wide receivers here. What do you think the play is, Shawn?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of receivers that I really like and have, ranked ahead of ADP. I do think that even without Daniel Jones, that Wan'Dale is a good fit for this particular team. You put Corley in there. He would be a Week 17 option. But I guess I do think that Wan'Dale, he's the most undervalued player in the second half of drafts. And I've been wrong about that, obviously, before, as he's had a little bit of trouble staying healthy. And then last year, the quarterback play was so bad. But you look through a number of seasons with him and how he's being talked about there. Now, one of the notes this week that was very fun, and it was almost something to where, I was going to mention to you, we could take Hyatt. Well, I mean, Hyatt has the one-handed catch. You've got Malik Nabers, having the Odell Beckham comparisons thrown around, and them talking about how they're the team that drafted. They want it to be the case. They're like Adunze and Marvin Harrison might be more polished, but Malik Nabers is better. He's more explosive. He's going to take these passes and go 80 yards with them. And, in their defense, that's also what I saw in my research, was that Nabers is probably the highest ceiling of those guys. And I did like him as the top receiver. And so knowing he wasn't going to quite get back to us in the second round or the third round, I'm like, do you want to take him there? But obviously we'll get some other chances.
He was another one of my guys when I was doing my kind of first exposure review. And I think I'm at like 25% Malik Nabers. I'm like, how am I at like 4% of every single other guy going in this range? It's like, because I've been taking Malik Nabers every time there. So I'm still very much in on Malik Nabers, but I do think I'm at the portion now where like, I'm not necessarily grabbing him in the middle of round 2. I'm like saying, can I get the deals on him? Can I get him as my third wide receiver or in the third round? But yeah, still very much in on Nabers. I do think he's like a perfect kind of arbitrage on the Marvin Harrison play, being a round and a half more expensive there. So Shawn, we do have 3 more picks here. Like I said, we're in good shape at pretty much all of the positions. Definitely going to want at least a 5th running back on this team. We did see like Javon Baker, Corley come off the board. So let's see what we're going to do here at 16-7. This is a tougher room in that it feels like a lot of the sleepers are coming off the board just slightly earlier than normal. So we're going to have to get creative, kind of like we did last week, taking Jacob Cowing. This could be another Jacob Cowing team. Shawn, with that in mind, is this a Devontez Walker pick for us here?
I think it definitely could be, and that would sort of finish us off there. I mean, he's somebody that I really like as a cheap way to do so much of the Houston element if you need that. We obviously don't need that today, but I still do prefer him as like easily the best kind of late player. And I can't really be – I'm not a good analyst for people on that at this point, because I like him so much that the bias is just swamps everything else. When they come out and they're like, oh, he's the guy that we thought he was, and he looks fantastic in our early practices and he's the steal of the draft, I'm like, well, that's what I thought was going to happen. So then you're like, well, now I just, I can't say anything else because it's going to all just be, very misleading. I do think that price there gives you a lot of room to, mostly be wrong. And still, I mean, Devontez Walker doesn't have to have that many 60-yard touchdowns to pay off this price. And that's what his role is in the offense.
I think it's such a good point. And I know this is like, if you listen to all these best ball shows here, this feels like a little bit of a drinking game as far as these things get said over and over again. But like Devontez Walker in these late rookie types, we've seen it year in and year out. It was KJ Hamler the first year on Hertzik roster. There's Amon Ra, obviously, the next year. Pat had Tyquan Thornton. Last year, it's Jayden Reed. In the mold of the KJ Hamler and the Tyquan Thornton, or even an A.T. Perry last year who had a big week 17, it's like these guys don't even have to be good to make a difference on your team late in the season, because we know at some point, even if Devontez Walker isn't getting on the field right away, the Ravens are going to take a peek at what they have in this guy at some point in the season. And if it's not early, it will definitely be late. And so if he comes on and can flash that and give you the one spike week, it's like, it does not take much to pay off these price tags. I think the interesting discussion there for me, Shawn, was looking at Demario Douglas. He was close in the ranks, a slight ADP value. And then the Patriots also had some nice correlations with some of our other teams. They have Buffalo and then Arizona. So that would have been the only other thing I would have maybe kicked the tires on.
And I do think that makes sense, but I just have such a hard time making that pick on a guy who I sort of would expect to lose his, not lose his job, but just. And
Shawn,
go ahead.
Sorry, we're on the clock here. Would this be a time to get like a Roschon share?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but wanted to make sure we were on the same page. I was seeing 8 picks at ADP value for Roschon. We got the Detroit week 16, the Seattle week 17, getting another piece with Caleb Williams. I kind of like that spot, needing another running back. It really kind of lined up nicely.
And they're so inexpensive because Khalil Herbert is also a fantastic running back. The previous 2 seasons, he was excellent. Last year, he was injured. He goes in this draft at the 1502. That probably makes sense. And I do think that the trendiness of Roschon kind of during last year's draft process was probably over the top. And yet at the same time, he does bring some things to where if you get a Swift injury, you certainly wouldn't be surprised if he ends up as the bell cow in an offense that should be much more dynamic. He also is a player where if Swift really does do what the contract suggests, you could still see Roschon being more of a committee guy than this price indicates. It's tricky once you get into the backfields where they have a somewhat clear starter and then they have 2 good backups. Where do you take them? But round 17 on this type of roster is where you do, especially when they make sense, and especially when you think the guy is good, which is I think is still a very reasonable thesis to have about Roschon.
And the other kind of feather in Roschon's cap is, would you think at this point he's the best pass catcher of that trio, or is Swift still there for you?
The Swift situation last year was really weird because they seemed to come off of him as an effective receiver at different points. Now, the Eagles are so difficult, and that's one of the reasons why Ben and I think Pat, when we were doing our dynasty draft, they never want the guy that I like late. But yeah, and the Bears are already talking up Swift as a receiver. And so from that perspective, you're like, that's probably what their plan is, but it certainly wouldn't take that much for Swift to disappoint again. And then to be back in the situation where Roschon really is the person who makes that portion of the offense work.
All right, Shawn, we're on the clock for our final pick. We could do double Giants without the quarterback. We could do Shipley. Tyrone Tracy is a big faller relative to ADP here. What do you think the pick is?
I think this would probably be Tracy for me in terms of getting that value. He's someone that I think is a little bit difficult to read because you have the position switch. You have a very old rookie. You have an offense that might not be that dynamic. You have a situation where the third stringer has been really talked up. You have the reports coming out right now talking about how, Devin Singletary is going to get basically all of the touches. And with those are a lot of different things to push back against Tracy being draftable. So it doesn't surprise me that he falls here, but he is someone who should be a hybrid player, very athletic on a team that I think could be explosive. And if they're explosive and it's a situation where the other running backs are just very much replacement types of guys, then Tracy could be the person who jumps out and ends up, especially over the last 2/3 of the year, being the player who brings the dynamism and makes the running back portion of that offense balance out what you're getting from these receivers that you and I really like.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk lately about the Giants backfield, some, indications that Eric Gray is the number 2 there. I was actually talking about this last week with Pat, and I know a lot of the ranking sites have now started to add Eric Gray to their rankings. I was kind of pushing back on Pat of saying, like, I wanted to process that information as pumping the brakes on, like, always selecting Tyrone Tracy, as opposed to wanting to mix in Eric Gray, because I said, then you're running into basically the Tracy issue, but times 2, because at least with the Tracy out, you're getting a really versatile player and a versatile skill set that, if it does get opportunity, probably hits in a more fantasy friendly way. When you make the Eric Gray pick, you are still running the risk of him not actually being the number 2. A lot can change in the next couple of months. And then you also don't have the profile that's as exciting for fantasy purposes. And so I understand if you're like, I don't want to risk taking a 0 right now with Tyrone Tracy. I do think that line of thought needs to be front and center with a lot of these early drafts. But to me, I'm not applying that to Gray, because I think there's an equal amount of risk that he's a 0.
Yeah, and that's exactly the way that I'm looking at it, which could be wrong, because there are a few little things in Eric Gray's background to where, like, I mean, he could be okay. And
that's the nicest thing Shawn could say.
I mean, it would be a real, I don't know, penalty is not the right word, but I mean, if he ended up being this year's Kyren Williams, and some of those things were there, and they had kind of, foreshadowed it a little bit, they had given us that information, then you'd feel silly. And yet the things that you said, I think, make sense. Once you get into these backfields where you do have a starter, even if the starter probably doesn't have that moat that you kind of had mentioned earlier. One of the things, I do think Devin Singletary is better than people realize. And that also factors in for me. He's not somebody I'm actually taking, because he's one of these guys where he's always a little bit more expensive than where I would really want to take him. And so maybe it sounds weird for me to say, one of the things you have to factor in, he's actually better than people understand when I'm not taking him myself. A little bit of that is more fantasy than reality based, in terms of those two things being a little bit different. But, once you get into that multiple backup situation, I think it's different than the deal with Herbert and Roschon, and you explained why.
Yeah. And the nice, I think a lot of the pushback to Tracy that I'm way more on board with too, is when he was, 13th, 14th round pick, which was happening. And he was a very popular selection in the big board pre-draft. And then you kind of have to reset and bake in this information. There's a difference, I think, taking Tyrone Tracy next to Ray Davis and Kamani Vidal, where he was going at one point, versus taking him at pick 211, where now the market is baking in that information. And then that's not to say we don't run the risk of a 0 with this Tyrone Tracy pick. I think that's still, within the range of outcomes, but the way you and I draft these teams together, we are more willing to take on some of that risk to get the guys, and basically being completely uncompromising. And that's what you're so good about, of not really wavering on the player targets that you want to get on your team, even if you do sometimes run into concerns with their place on the depth chart. But as we wrap up here, Shawn, I'm going to give a full recap of this team. And real quick before I do, Shawn, let the people know what you got going on over at RotoViz these days.
Well, I mentioned the 27 priority targets last week, and then at the end of the week had a super flex sort of tutorial. That one was focusing on FFPC. So if you've been enjoying the fantastic Underdog tournament, you want to play that kind of through the summer, and some other things as well. There are some differences that I would encourage people to keep in mind, but the roster construction explorer tools that we have are absolutely fantastic for giving you really some pretty significant cheat codes on some of these formats. And then kind of building off of that, some of the priority targets that were released recently, all of the kind of evidence behind that and how those theses play out are going to start coming through. And one of them, talked a little bit about Geno Smith, but he obviously then kind of washes back on his receivers. And I know that there is a controversial player in there that people will be interested to see. Look, if and why I would be taking him again in 2024.
Yeah, I think if you're watching this show, you're definitely someone who's willing to get deep into the weeds on this best ball stuff. And that Explorer over at RotoViz is such a valuable tool. And I think what makes it particularly valuable, and this was something that happened when I was working on the Elite Tight End video with Michael Dubner, is a lot of times there's pushback to, hey, we only have 3 years of this best ball mania relative to the data we have access to. These are just a single slate. It's a small sample size. You're just pulling anecdotal evidence. One nice thing about the RotoViz Explorer is you can go deep back into the MFL 10 archives. How has this worked for almost a decade? And even though it's not the exact same format, there are a lot of similarities, and best ball scoring works in a certain way. And I think seeing like not just year over year trends, but like decade over decade trends is a really good way to kind of pull back and see where is the market overreacting to a specific year, knowing that this has worked over and over again. And that's what, so much of your guys' research and working with Dubner on that Elite Tight End video, it just becomes so obvious why that has been such a dominant strategy over the years. So highly recommend checking out those RotoViz tools and getting signed up over there to get all of Shawn's great work, the ranks, and of course, listen to all of the podcasts. You can always listen to the audio version of this podcast on the Best Ball Banana Stand feed. And Shawn, but before we go here and I bring on Pat Kerrane for our third draft, I do want to just give a final recap. I'll list this off and you can give your final thoughts. We end up with a 2-6-8-2 here. Caleb Williams and Brock Purdy at quarterback, Kenneth Walker, Trey Benson, Marshawn Lloyd, Ray Davis, Roschon Johnson, Tyrone Tracy at running back. Our wide receivers, Amon Ra St. Brown and Aiyuk, DJ Moore, T. Higgins, Keon Coleman, Troy Franklin, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Devontez Walker. Tight ends, Dalton Kincaid, and a name I don't even need to mention to people who watch this show. You are going to be shocked to know Brock Bowers is the final tight end on this team. Shawn, what are your thoughts on this squad?
Well, I think getting those quarterbacks in the window at great value sets everything else up. It's interesting. The running backs, a lot of rookies, but that's what the Kenneth Walker pick allows us to do. Also, I think Trey Benson, we can be confident enough in him that we don't have the same worries about maybe you're going to take a lot of zeros there. You get the wide receivers that you love. This was another draft that came in with the type of structure that you and I want to see, where a number of things are pretty tightly correlated, and then you get those elite tight ends. This might be my favorite team so far.
Yeah, this one broke well. I think, last week we accomplished everything we wanted to. And then this one, we kind of did that, but with some pretty big ADP values as well. Getting the 2 quarterback ADP values, having Dalton Kincaid come back to us in the 5th after passing on McBride, getting these 17 correlations here, Detroit, San Francisco, Chicago, Seattle. I think if anything, people would look at this running back room and feel a little queasy. But if you play Kenneth Walker like a round 2, round 3 value as an anchor, it looks like a normal anchor RB running back room. And that's how you want to play these things, where you're playing on the league winning season from that first running back pick, and then you can build accordingly from there. This has been a blast. Like I said, we're here every Monday for the Best Ball Banana Stand, myself and Shawn Siegele drafting a team in Best Ball Mania. I'm going to let Shawn go, and we are going to bring on Pat Kerrane for our third draft today. Scuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the 1s and 2s.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
All right, we got Pat Kerrane joining us here. Pat, how are you doing this morning?
Doing good. How you doing?
Doing good. Always feels good to start ripping some drafts. Shawn and I always find ourselves in some fun spots. So excited to keep things rolling with you. Have you been drafting poodles over the weekend?
Oh yeah, doing poodles. Just did the slows. Once you're in slow draft hell, adding on like a 20 max poodle or whatever is like it's nothing. I'm just gonna do that right now, real quick. 20.
I know
20s might as well be 1.
It's so funny you say that, because I've only started just now kind of dipping my toes into more slow drafts, because I'm like, the poodle, I'm probably not going to max, but I'll get 5 or 6. And then thinking about you, like the jump from me going from like 1 slow draft to 5 is the same as you going from like 20, from like 20 to 150.
I'm slowing down. By maxing the poodle. I'm slowing down. It's nice. It feels good.
All right, we aren't going to be drafting a poodle here today. We are doing Best Ball Mania as we always do. Pat, I just hopped us in. I tipped off the Deposit Kingdom Discord. I see some friends and family. We got the 1-2 here. The 1-2 spot in today's draft, drafted at the back end of the board for my first draft, the 1-6 with Shawn, and now the 1-2. So we're going to get a lot of variety here today.
Like it.
Any other recent, best ball epiphanies you've had after doing all of these drafts? You had a great rankings pod the other day on the Legendary Upside feed with Sacrilegious and our guy Drico and Kyle and Daniel Raz. So I highly recommend that. But you guys were talking through a lot of these kind of ADP dynamics.
Yeah, it's the same stuff as before, where you're just trying to figure out what can you come out of the early rounds with, in addition to not getting locked out at wide receiver. The only epiphany that I've had it's not an epiphany, because it's just something that someone else said. So Mike Leone compared it to Superflex, where you're basically, it's like if the room decides that all the quarterbacks are going early, you need to make sure you're not locked out. And it's kind of what wide receivers become in these drafts. Where like, I was in a draft last night, and it was just like, I was like, all right, I'm going to take Cooper Kupp over all these players that I would much rather take. But if I don't, I'm going to get locked out. And then I took Kupp, and then Kelsey came back. So I was like, all right, sick. Like, it doesn't, you just like kind of, the room's sort of forcing your hand in a way that's pretty interesting. Like, we've just never seen anything like this. Yeah.
No, it's so true. And I do think you are rewarded, with your patience. And I was talking about this with Shawn of like, Shawn's still very high on LaPorta. And it's like, if you always take LaPorta in round 3, then you're boxing yourself out of a really good tight end value in 4, 5, 6 a lot of the times. Or if you always take Josh Jacobs, in early round 4, you're like boxing yourself out of an extreme Rachaad White or Kenneth Walker fall, which is happening routinely. Right. Assuming you're the type of drafter who wants to stay on track, like on wide receivers, which, I know both of us are. And so that's the thing I've been thinking about a lot lately, is how a lot of times the trend, like that, if that first tight end's falling, if that first running back is falling, it often means more fallers are coming at that position and not necessarily falling for the first shiny object.
Right. Yeah, and you do, like, in, maybe this room will be different with the, as many good drafters in here as there are. But in some of these rooms, you'll see, like, it'll be interesting to see kind of what the results are after the year, because teams that are just, like, swimming completely against the current look pretty dead to me. And you're seeing people, because they're, like, scooping values everywhere. Like, they're grabbing, like, Josh Allen and then also adding, like, Burrow. And you're like, you have 2 receivers, bud. Like, you can't have Burrow, And so I think there's going to be stuff where, like, the minimums, I think, are going to be it's going to look like if you didn't have a minimum of X receivers by X round, it's just going to be really brutal, I think. But in part because some teams are just, like, not trying to stay with the crowd at all.
Yep.
And those teams are going to be pretty bad, I think.
Pat, we didn't even have a conversation at 1-2 because CeeDee Lamb went and I grabbed CMC for us. Let's see.
I think we got to do receiver.
Yes. I need to refresh to get the leg up ranks in here. Do you want to do Evans?
I'd probably do Diggs.
Okay, let's do Diggs here.
I would do Evans if you want. I rarely take Evans, but
all right. Diggs has the slightly later ADP. But let's go ahead and do that. Let me refresh and make sure I have the rankings updated here. I just got the leg up in here. Now we're on the straight and narrow. What were we just talking about before that?
Some of these teams just swimming against the current. But yes. Yeah, Diggs is nice there.
Yeah, let's take Diggs. So we start CMC, Evans, Diggs. Yeah, what I was going to say is one thing I was thinking about with this thing, and everyone always likes kind of like hard and fast rules. And what I've noticed this year is I do feel better about some of those wide receivers at pick 100 than I did last year.
Me too.
I don't mind selecting Sutton, Mike Williams, even Samuel occasionally. Who's the third guy? I forget. Lockett. That feels better to me, but it doesn't change. That's almost like for accomplishing your, but what we're actually talking about is like needing the firepower of guys who can drop 30 in the playoff weeks. That what Amari did last year, what T. Higgins did, what George Pickens did. like that caliber player, what we've seen from Jordan Addison, like that comes off the board by the end of the 7th round, like the guys who can drop 30 like that.
Yeah.
And that's where I think of the wide receiver firepower and why I generally want to have 4 through 7, because then that firepower dries up.
I agree. So last night, let's see if this is the one I'm thinking of. No, this is, let me pull up the other one. Because I agree. I think there's some real utility to those wide receivers going kind of in those rounds. I can't find the example I was thinking of, but what I'll do a decent amount is like, you take a few wide receivers and then you get to like, let's say you've had like 2 through round 4. And then in 5 and 6, you might grab like a Xavier Worthy and a Rome Odunze. And then maybe in round 7, you grab Rashee Rice. So you're looking now at like 2 solid veterans. Let's say like Puka, Drake London, something like that, right? And then you have like 3 rookies / suspended guy. So you have 5, but you're like, yeah, but like in the early part of the season, I'm actually kind of in trouble at wide receiver based on the way the market's pricing these archetypes. But then you can go and you grab like your Mike Williams, your Cortland Sutton, Curtis Samuel, even Rashid Shaheed. I would put in that group a little bit. Like he could certainly have a spike week early on that would help you a lot. And I'll try to push it. So let's say by coming out of like round 11, I might have like 2 running backs or 3 running backs, even though it's like kind of a 0 running back start or close.
Yeah.
It's not like I have a ton of capital. It's not like I took those 2 running backs in round 1 and 2, let's say. Maybe the running back came in round like 3 and, it's like Achane. So it's like not necessarily, or Kerrane, right? So I'm trying to push it and like, but I think because running backs go later, the 3 running backs you might have through round 11 are of higher quality than they've typically been. And so then you can push it a little more and then, take your running back 4 and 5 and like the 12th, 13th or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's make this pick. We are on the clock. So Jalen Hurts is a huge faller here. We obviously don't have AJ Brown or Devontae. Do you want to go with the Hurts?
Is Andrews available?
Andrews just went.
Okay.
Kincaid is available as well. The team behind us, Crutches, has no quarterback or tight end.
Let's take Hurts.
Yeah, Hurts is an ADP faller by 10 picks here. Let's grab him. He's going to be pretty unique on CMC teams, I want to say.
Yeah.
Just because he's not coming back around. And then the real question here is, like, if Kincaid, you could make it for running back or tight end. Can you recover in this room enough to like the wide receivers at 71, 74? I definitely like them on this side of the board more than I do at the 83, 86 pairing.
What wide receivers are here now?
So yeah, it's you're looking at Jayden Reed, Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown in this tier.
I think we grab one of them. I think we grab Reed or Worthy.
I think you're right. And again, this is one of those things where it's like, okay, ETN goes. So he grabs Kincaid ETN. I think this is where you don't fall for the slight value fall in Pacheco and Jacobs, because we're going to probably like a Rachaad White or Kenneth Walker at the next pick anyways.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have I like Reed a lot. I like both
Reed
and Worthy though. I'm good with
All right, let's do Reed.
Okay.
Reed I like, but I have like a hard time. Like he rates well in my stuff, and like in fact, he rates like pretty damn well in my stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I don't believe you. There's a few where I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like it seems like a little, like he's like a slot receiver. They rotate. Taking like the most expensive Packers receiver seems like a trap to me. Like just like from a high level,
right?
And then like I wasn't that into Reed as a prospect, so I'm like maybe a little biased against him. I'm like trying to figure out why I'm not more excited about Reed. I actually do take him a lot because of the room makes me, but I've started taking Worthy ahead of him in like pretty much unless I feel like I have a compelling reason not to. But that might be wrong.
It's funny because I think there's some similarities to Worthy and Reed. I mean, maybe it falls apart pretty quickly. Obviously, not the same caliber athletes. Worthy has way more competition than Reed does as far as like established superstars. But I do think the way they get there is because the team is using him really creatively. Like in my head, I kind of always think of Jayden Reed as kind of like this Deebo adjacent type player where I'm like, I think he can get there in so many ways. You know, we always talked about like the Deebo and the FFPC playoff challenge and why he's such a comfy click. It's like they're losing. Okay. Well, they're still trying to get him involved in the offense. They're winning. All right. He's getting the end arounds. They're doing some goal line stuff with him. It's like Jayden Reed is going to be part of the game plan every single week.
Yeah. I like that. That's a good bull case. I needed a little Jayden Reed bull case to get me. It's like sometimes you end up on takes where you're like, I don't even believe in this, but I'm having trouble clicking this guy, and I don't think it's good that I'm having trouble, but I am.
Well, I'm going to get tarred and feathered because the coolest thing to say in fantasy football right now is that you're in on Dontavian Wicks at 130, and how could you ever collect Jayden Reed at pick 50?
We fell behind on him by like half an ADP spot this morning, and immediately got tagged in the Discord.
Yeah, you're at 131 to his ADP.
Oh no, yes, his ADP's rocketing up, so we're actually falling behind.
That's funny.
Yeah.
He immediately got what? Now I'm not going to get as much Dontavian Wicks. I got him
Literally.
at ADP in my first draft this morning. I was like, what the fuck is going on, guys?
I know, it's wild.
Yeah, but I do. Yeah, it's a tough one as far as I don't think like Jayden Reed's a guy that I want to be like massively overweight on. But to me, like him and Xavier Worthy feel like good round 5 clicks to me. Like I don't feel gross taking those guys in this range.
Right. I agree.
And it's probably tough to generally take Reed because sometimes you can get Kincaid and Andrews right at that same pick. And it's like, well, let me get my first elite tight end at this price. But then in rooms like this, all of them come off the board. Yes. Could we have reached for Kyle Pitts at 50? Sure. But Jayden Reed there in this room, I think made a ton of sense for this build.
I think we had to, it's like you're just way too behind to come to be like, all right, let's go into the 6th with 2 receivers and then see, Brian Thomas, who's usually here, come off the board. Addison, Rome, Ladd, like not that it's a surprise in this room, but I mean, it's not a normal 6-7 turn, and the 6-7 turn is already not that great for receivers.
Right. And it's basically just being like, all right, I really wanted to scoop up the Jalen Hurts value. Now I have to kind of like take my medicine after doing that. Speaking of take my medicine, this could be my second draft in a row. I'm fine grabbing Keon Coleman here and then just picking which running back we want.
Yeah.
Or
honestly, we could also take JSN, which is not someone I'm taking a ton of, but like we don't have a Bills bet, and I missing on Coleman really feels like it hurts here. You know what I mean? Like it's a smaller swing.
Yes. Yeah. Man, JSN has my head in a pretzel. I was listening to you and Shawn talk about him recently. I think you guys were talking about on the rankings pod too. Yeah, it's tough. We can do both here though. This is the question. Do you want the Rachaad White ADP value, or do we just grab Keon as a wide receiver 5?
I kind of want to just grab Keon.
I'm fine with it. Leone is going to tell us we jumped the shark. Did you see Leone's tweet the other day about Rachaad White?
No.
He had one. Yeah. It was this, like, the funny thing is I could see him like seething as he said it. He retweeted like an Ian highlight thing and says, "We beg for running backs to be this good in the receiving game, only to not waive them because of rushing efficiency that's tough to discern credit blame on. White's lack of explosiveness makes a rookie running back like Irving a threat, but taking the mid round 6 gamble." Leone, how do you feel about an early round 7 gamble on him?
I mean, normally I would take White there immediately, but like at the 1, Crutch is going Johnson Rice. Like, there's no, I mean, I guess we could attack the pocket of the draft, but like that pocket, the Sutton Williams pocket, might not come back to us.
Yeah, that's Pat. That's what happened in my first draft. So it was a wide receiver avalanche. I played with fire. I only had the 3 wide receivers early. And that Sutton tier all got pushed up around, but then all of the other tiers, Rashid Shaheed at ADP, Wicks at ADP, Josh Downs at ADP, all of the rookies, Leggett, Pearsall, boom, all at ADP. And I felt so good not capitulating on the rise on that second tier and then just getting all the other guys at value.
Nice.
But again, that's like, it's hard to discern. Like these rooms are slightly different sometimes, and not every room is the same. Like understanding where these players are going, and there are canaries in the coal mine that can kind of tip you off to how it's going to go.
Yeah. And I mean, now people, okay, here goes Sutton. That makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get locked out of receiver. You're always trying to do 2 things, not get locked out of receiver and then also come out of it with some extreme values. And we only came out of it with Hurts. So it's it doesn't feel like we nailed it.
Yeah.
But we got CMC. So to go CMC, Hurts, and not get locked out of receiver in this room feels okay.
And I think, like with so many things, people get so caught up on the specific, like ADP. So like, Pat, let's just say we woke up tomorrow and Aaron Jones was the one who had the Rachaad White ADP and Rachaad White had the Aaron Jones ADP. And Aaron Jones was the one who slid in this room and Rachaad White was like right at ADP, like whatever. People would be screaming, how did you not take the Aaron Jones value? And it's like, well, because Rachaad White is available as the next pick after. And they're very similar to me, like very similar bets, obviously slightly different players, but it's like, I don't see a difference between Rachaad White and Aaron Jones for range of outcomes of being a hit this year, but the market is, and there is a reason Rachaad White is now sliding because people are realizing that.
Yeah, no. And I think like compare him to some of the guys, that went after, like, Ramondre Stevenson, Najee Harris, like, I'm not a huge Najee guy, but like his range of outcomes is similar.
Yeah. And now, so look at this, Pat. So like you said, Samuel, Jameson Williams, Lockett, Romeo Dobbs off the board at 93.
Yeah, I feel really good about the
is
Coleman
not making us pay. We get to pick 3 starting running backs in the NFL. Do you want Zamir White? Do you want James Conner? Do you want Zach Moss? We did not pay for the Keon Coleman click.
I'm good with whoever. Do you have a preference here?
I've been trying to get a little bit more Zach Moss. I'm also good with James Conner. Maybe I'm a little lower on Zamir.
Let's take Zach Moss. Yeah, I've been trying to get a little more of him too.
I did a team. I have one of my favorite teams going in a slow draft right now where I did the Zach Moss and Chase Brown, both slightly past ADP. And I hadn't done that yet. And it actually felt really good.
We got Connor here.
And now we get Connor.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, because thinking through, like, we don't need to make the Jordan Love click here with Reed because we already have Hurts and we have other stacking options late. It would only be if you wanted like Mostert instead, basically, because he plays Houston and San Francisco. But I think we grab Connor here.
Connor, I mean, at this price, like, if he stays healthy, he's going to smash in a lot of outcomes. Now, I know Benson could be really good, and maybe he takes work down the stretch, and you feel, it's kind of a big bummer. It's kind of a trap because it's a lot of early season production. That's a real risk. But like, when you look at the efficiency and stuff, Connor was really good last year. And then you have this team that thinks it's on the rise, and like, I don't know they're going to be in any hurry to move Benson into like a true starting role as a 3rd round pick. It's not like they drafted him in the early 2nd, right? Then you'd be like, okay, this dude's taken over at some point this season. But a 3rd round pick,
Jonathan Brooks thing. Yeah,
the Jonathan Brooks or like, DeAndre Swift or Jonathan Taylor, like those dudes are like the starters in a bad way here. Now, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's certainly possible that especially given with, running backs going a little bit later in the draft than they used to, that Connor is in that situation and he loses the job at the end of the year. But I I'm like, man, we're kind of discounting a really good season by a starting running back in a offense that we expect to be better. There's some like upside here. He's kind of got like a wide range of outcomes, is I guess what I'm saying, in a way that I'm encouraged by in the 9th round.
Yeah. And we now this is why I understand why it's hard to pass on the Rachaad White value, but I've done this so many times where you look back on these 2v2s, and I'll tell you guys the 2v2. What would you rather have? Rachaad White and AD Mitchell, Rachaad White and Khalil Shakur, Rachaad White and Rashid Shaheed, pick your flavor, or Keon Coleman with James Conner? Because that's the 2v2. And those happen all the time. Or sorry,
That's
Zach
not-
Moss. Keon Coleman and Zach Moss, I guess same thing, but you could pick your 2v2 side there.
Yeah.
And I know
Coleman side.
Keon Coleman has some concerns with his profile, but he is in a much better spot than AD Mitchell.
What's funny that one of the guys you mentioned is Shakir. Like, the market's telling us which receiver they prefer by a lot there. Like, we're not like Shakir's getting pulled up into the 9th round here because of the same dynamic that allowed White to be available to us.
Right. What's funny is today I've now clicked Keon Coleman in back-to-back drafts, and he has just not been getting to me based on like where the market's taking him, where I've been willing to take him. Like, I've been taking Jordan Addison over him. So it actually felt good to get him at slight ADP values, or in the context of this room, grab a couple shares here if things have chilled out. It's funny, Pat. It's the Keon Coleman price, at least just again, anecdotally in my 2 drafts this morning, has been chilling out, but the Ladd stuff is not. He went in the 5th round of one of my drafts this morning. He's going, a round and a half ahead of Keon Coleman here. That's interesting to me.
Ladd has been someone I've been assuming would come up, and I think potentially will be in the 5th. There's just no one there, and it's going to be so easy for a drumbeat to really catch hold. Like, if we're all listening very closely to the Chargers to hear any, has any vibrations coming out of LA, we're all like, oh, did you hear it? It's Ladd. The answer's Ladd. And I think we could all push him up very quickly ahead of Rome. I think he could, like, there's not like a lot of, I don't think it's like he could jump Hollywood, and we need more receivers in that range as well. So it's not even necessarily about like which receivers you're jumping. We're just like, we're all kind of getting to the end of the 5th. It's like, oh, I guess I'm taking Xavier Worthy again, like I wish this was the 6th. It's not.
One of the things that I did much better this year that I'm proud of, I was doing an early exposure sweep because I'm about to hit 50 Best Ball Mania drafts, and I'm at 11% Ladd, and almost all of those were early drafts. We were hammered, like ship chasing those first drafts. I remember Gretch was like, he's like, do we really have to do Ladd? I'm like, Gretch, we got to do him now because we are going to hate it when he's a 5th round pick. Yeah. And so having all the cheap Ladd, and like, I'll probably end up coming slightly underweight, but making sure I got there at the cheap prices feels so much better than the alternative. Pat, this is Goedert all day.
Yeah, Goedert all day.
Goedert all day. We have Hurts. Goedert slides a few picks past ADP. We don't have a tight end. About as easy as a pick you will get in a BBM room.
That's nice.
So we now have a 1-3-5-1 build here, Pat. We got the Hurts to Goedert stack at the onesies. Our 3 running backs, CMC, Zach Moss, James Conner. Our wide receivers, Evans, Diggs, Jayden Reed, JSN, and Keon Coleman. I like how this is shaping up. Probably going to sidestep the quarterbacks with this pick. This seems like we're in just prime running back territory here.
Yeah. With the build, I mean, I could say Corm is sort of interesting.
That's where I was going. Like, do we need the Gus Edwards, meat and potatoes touches on a CMC, Zach Moss, James Conner team?
Yeah, we really don't.
I kind of like the quorum.
Is there any tight end available or not?
No, it is wiped. We're down. We're down to the Musgrave Komet tier.
Ooh, all right.
And this is what I meant too, where so this one we see Crutches go Cooks in Downs.
I was going to float Downs, but yeah.
Okay. This is what I posited on my first stream, that Downs is our generation's Wicks, that the cool kids are now noticing Everybody's on Dontavian Wicks. Josh Downs is the new guy to prove that ball.
I'm the Josh Downs hipster, man. I was on him before it was cool. Okay, I've been drafting Josh Downs the whole time.
Yeah. I also finally, I'm curious your thoughts on this, Pat, actually. So I found myself in a spot in my first draft. So I did a rare thing. I selected Michael Pittman. Hadn't been doing that, but I did
that this morning for like the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
312. I was like, all right, I'll take a little taste in the poodle at 312.
Well, I took a taste in Best Ball Mania. I then get Anthony Richardson because I want to have some Anthony Richardson with Michael Pittman. And then I'm coming back and I'm at the back end of the board and I'm picking at 110. And then the next time's 131. And Downs is at an ADP of 130 and AD Mitchell is at 117. And I decided I'm going to take AD Mitchell because I think if I pass on Mitchell, there's a good chance Downs doesn't come back and I get boxed out of a double stack there. I take Mitchell. Downs does come back, but so does Wicks. I grab Wicks and I try to push Downs around the wrap with the thought being I don't have to force a triple stack with Anthony Richardson. And I'm making this bet on 80 and Pittman to be the focal points of the offense. What would you have done there? Would you have tripled Downs?
I would have tripled Downs. Yeah. Or Richardson. Yeah. I would have just because Richardson's very expensive and I know he's going to get there with the rushing and do you really want him tripled? But it's not like you're tripling him with the first, second, and seventh round pick or something, or third, fourth, and eighth round picks. Mitchell and Downs are sort of this a dart throw, a combo dart throw. You're it's Pittman and someone, and I'm taking at 110 and whatever you said, whatever your next pick was. You're grabbing those two guys, and you're I know Richardson's going off in the playoffs, and I'm just trying to scoop the rest of the touchdowns. That aren't going to Pittman. It was kind of how I would view that, where you're it's a little bit lower ceiling in a sense, but you're basically just trying to finish out. You're rounding out the bet that you already made on Richardson.
Yeah, and maybe I was thinking of it too much through the portfolio lens. My counter would be okay, I rarely take Pittman. So on those teams where I take Pittman, he is having a god tier, wide receiver one type season. And it's not leaving much else for these other guys. But you can make the case, if this is one of the most undervalued offenses in football and they're the top scoring offense, you're going to want all those pieces. You're not going to regret a single pick of JT, Downs, AD Mitchell, Anthony Richardson, because it's all just going to fucking hum. So I do buy that, but I think I was thinking of it through the lens of I'm finally pulling the trigger on Pittman. I'm going to have a ton of backdoor Richardson, AD Downs teams. Yeah. This is the one where I'm making the bet on Pittman.
And I think it's fine. I'm much rather of the way you could combo it. I want Pittman with AD there rather than Pittman with Downs. If it's two of the guys, because AD Mitchell can get there. He can have a 3-target game that you end up using. He's going to be more of the explosive play guy, I think. So, Pittman and AD was the way to play it. And then I think it's debatable if you take Downs or not.
All right, we're about to be on the clock. We got this 1-4-5-1 build going. We do have some classic quarterback fallers, but none of them really line up with our stacks.
Pearsall seems nice.
Pearsall seems like a nice wide receiver 6 here. I'm going to just throw him on the queue, make sure we're not missing anything else.
Musgrave works for the Packers thing.
Yep. Musgrave works for the Packers. Let's grab Pearsall here. I think the only other conversation would be, we saw kind of a running back tier get wiped, and I wouldn't be surprised the next time we picked if these next 6 guys are off as well. So it would be maybe a 5th running back or just being done at tight end here.
Yeah. We're done. I think not even probably. We're done at running back if we take one. So it'd be kind of interesting.
That's true.
I think we grab Musgrave. We made the Packers bet. We don't have Love, obviously, but we have Love covered with Hurts.
And then thinking through, Pat, our other stacking options, I kind of like that because we're going to need a QB2. Baker is the one stacking, and Geno,
Mhm.
I guess, is there too. It would basically be if you were trying to set up a Geno double and wanted to leave a spot for Noah Fant, but this could definitely be a 3 tight end team.
Oh, for sure, it could. Yeah, we could also do K. Dotton.
Do you know what, like, one weird thing I was like, so when I was doing my elite tight end video and I was doing my portfolio exposure, and I do have like 90% exposure to at least one of the top 7 tight ends in all of my drafts. And I also have a ton of Brock Bowers. The other guy that kind of surprised me how much I had of was Dallas Goedert. I have like a decent amount of Dallas Goedert. I think it's whenever I take Hurts, he's just obviously an automatic click. And then he does fall in those rooms sometimes when the Hurts drafter doesn't want him. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on Hurts? I know he's like a guy that projections are probably going to like a little bit more than ADP.
Hurts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Goddard.
Goddard. No, I like Goddard. I think Goddard's a good pick. I mean, he was a little overdrafted last year. It kind of, I was like generally in on him, but he kind of gave you that feeling of like, I don't know if this is going to work. Kind of like Evan Ingram this year, where you're like, I've kind of gone back and forth on Ingram, where I'm like, yeah, I mean, he gets so many targets, but like also like, how good is this guy really? The thing with Goddard, he gets like screen passes and stuff, and like they still just don't have a wide receiver 3. I mean, there was talk the last couple weeks about John Ross as the wide receiver 3 there. There was talk about Paris Campbell. Paris Campbell looks like he's the wide receiver 3 there now.
Every single offseason with Paris Campbell. Every single one.
I know.
Him and Terrace Marshall.
It was going to be Parker. He retires. They draft 2 rookies late. Like, it's just, we know the answer. The answer is it's going to be super concentrated to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert again. And so, I mean, new OC, I don't know, maybe the thing with Goddard is a lot of his stuff has been on screens and kind of some design stuff, and they use him in some creative ways. And he's actually really good after the catch. He's this really big tight end, but he can get moving after the catch, and they actually use him on some tight end screens, but that's like not like every week, And so he's like a little bit spiky. And so, yeah, you're betting on a bounce back for the Eagles offense, and you're betting on it to remain concentrated, and you're betting on for the new OC to continue to use him. But I think Goddard is like, he's a lot better than the guys who go late. I think there's some talent there, and he's in a good situation, not in a great situation, but he's in a pretty good situation. So I have 11%.
I think I'm just a little bit above that. I'm probably after this click. And there's the really nice contingent value, right? It's kind of like the Niners stuff. If AJ Brown or Devontae miss time, I mean, he's now projecting for 8-9 targets a game, which is pretty nice at those prices. A couple things before I forget. I see Nick in the chat here. Just grabbed a Best Ball Breakfast tank. Should have been purchased a while ago. We do have a bunch of Best Ball Breakfast merch in there. I'm actually wearing a ship chasing joint, an I Love Wide Receivers Piss Boy tank here. We got the That's Fair pocket tees. The quality of the t-shirts on the pocket tees is one of my favorites that I've gotten so far. And someone asked me to do Best Ball Breakfast logo on the pocket tee. So that's in the store as well. And then speaking of That's Fair merch, ADP Chasing is back today, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Going to be a can't miss show. Jacob Sanderson coming by. Jacob's been doing a ton of great work on his Substack, has some fire takes on player targets, player fades. So excited to listen to Jacob join Pat, Davis, and Sam. That's on the Ship Chasing channel at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And we got a bunch of people watching now. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you are subscribed here. We have this Best Ball Breakfast streaming block every Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We do draft solo with Shawn, with Pat, and then normally a special guest I've been rotating. And then, of course, make sure you guys are checking out all things Legendary Upside. We got Pat's ranks from the team over at Legendary Upside loaded in here. Tons of great articles, podcasts as well. A nice mix of free stuff too, right, Pat? Some of those pods have been on the
the rankings pod and everything's free. We talk through where we're at in all these kind of pockets of the draft as well as the players.
Pat, do you have a preference on Baker versus Geno if we do go that route?
I guess slightly into Baker, but I kind of like Jaleel here, and then we're done at running back. That's like a nice RB5.
The only other thing would be if you wanted to set up both Cade and Baker, you do that.
Maybe we do that. Let's do that.
Okay. I did squeak. It is the third tight end, but it's like if you're going to go the Baker route, I think getting that double stack is probably the way to go.
I also feel very comfy about our running back room. I'm not.
Yeah. I mean, when you have CMC and then two guys that we think are going to have a ton of touches, at least to start the season, in Zach Moss, James Conner, I think this kind of sets us up for being able to draft just kind of a fifth high upside guy late to round out the room.
Yep.
In the wide receivers. So I am going to grab Baker here for us. And we still have 3 picks. And we're rock solid at every position. I mean, we had 5 wide receivers through pick 74. We really are going to have some luxury picks already.
Yeah. I think we need one more wide receiver, one more running back, I would say. And then we probably just go receiver at the end, but we'll see what's there.
Yeah.
We basically just made a luxury pick with the tight end.
I know that's what felt weird to me. I thought I was going to review it and that we were going to have one less pick because of doing the 3 tight end there. And I'm like, I feel pretty good. You know, you could, like, if you got an insane quarterback faller, like we see Rodgers falling in this room, like say Geno fell like 40 picks, we could just do the 3 quarterback. That also reminds me. So Leone, I actually haven't got a chance to read the full article. I've been seeing kind of the tweet snippets. But Leone has a new art. Yeah. And he has, first of all, just some incredible notes about week 17 bros who stacked were not only more likely to make the finals, they had a higher simulated EV in the finals. And Leone says it makes no sense that week 17 game stacking would increase your odds of making the finals because it has nothing to do with 15 and 16. So his takeaways, users who game stacked week 17 built sharper teams. Stacking in week 17 is plus EV. We've known this. And you can make week 17 game stacks without sacrificing your ability to make it to week 17. And this data shows that the people who are stacking week 17 are juggling all the other things we need to do. Not only are they just doing it at a decent level, but they're doing it better than the field.
Yeah. And I've written about this, that I think actually building for week 17 makes it easier to build teams the way we want to build, because and I actually think I've said this on Chip Chasing, but I think there's maybe a small reason that stacking for week 17 would help you get to week 17, which is that if you're doing like a stack and a bring back, one bring back, that probably doesn't help you. But if you're doing like a stack and then like 2 or 3 pieces on the other side cheaply, and then that offense hits, that's going to help you make week 17. You know, like if your bringbacks were like Texans, or, you know, your bringbacks are one of the offenses that hits, you're going, you know, it's another stack. It's another stack. It's just stacking without the quarterback, which we know has value. So to me, I think the bringback thing, if it was one single bringback every time, then that wouldn't really have any impact on week 17. But if you're thinking about stacking without the quarterback, and then sometimes the bringbacks that I like, right, are generally late season pieces. So like, I don't take a ton of Keaton Mitchell, but I take him on some Stroud stuff. So I'm like, I don't need the Raven. I don't care what happens with the Ravens until week 17. And then I want the Ravens to be scoring points in this game with the Texans. But, you know, if you're taking a Devontez Walker, let's say, and Devontez Walker comes on at the end of the season, and you selected him specifically thinking about the end of the season, but his spike week happens to be in 15 or 16, like, that helps you get to week 17. You know, you're thinking about, and I guess, I don't know, maybe this goes to actually Leone's point of just sort of like people drafting more sharply. But I do think that there's some benefits when you build for the late season. There's some benefits that kind of bleed over into 15 and 16.
Yeah, and one thing that got the reason I wanted to pull this up initially from Leone, in addition to that week 17 stuff, you can see once again that when you have all 3 quarterbacks stacked, that's when you really get to the upper echelon of, you know, improving your chances of winning. 3 quarterbacks stacked, chance of winning plus 32%, plus 34%, top 10% finish rate. I'll come back to this in a second because we're on the clock. Geno does go 1 pick before us. Aaron Rodgers still sliding, but I think we can do running back or wide receiver here. Pat, what do you think is the play here? You have a final
McMillan.
Running back you like?
I think we go McMillan.
Grab McMillan here. Get the triple stack with
Yeah.
Okay, let's grab McMillan, and then we can kind of pick. which running back we want to do.
I've been taking a lot of McMillan. He's he's looks like he's going to get the slot job there right away. Is how it's shaping up. So, there's been some positive stuff coming out. Like basically they're like, yeah, this guy's, he looks like he can play. Nothing crazy, but like enough where you're like, yeah, okay, you have this path available to you if you can play. There's not a ton of competition for the wide receiver 3 there, and so far so good.
So Pat, I was mentioning this earlier. I got the Draft Caddy, and there's a little new thing in here where it shows the number of correlations, the number of Jaylen Tolbert correlations on this team after playing Tampa Bay in week 16 and then Philly in week 17. Also the highest wide receiver on the board. Would you like to select Jaylen Tolbert?
Okay, we can do that.
I mean, I don't know why I keep just finding ways to keep selecting Jaylen Tolbert, but it does continue to happen here. I think we could have gone any direction, but because we didn't have the third obvious quarterback, I kind of now like playing, all right, we are sticking with Philly and Tampa Bay. What's the best way to supercharge those bets being the best we need? How about a bring back against both of them?
Yeah, I like it. I was taking a lot of Tolbert because I'm like, all right, he's the number 3 there. That's something, available in the late rounds. But then there's been a little bit of talk that maybe he's not the number 3, that there's this dude they drafted last year that could split with him. I forget his name. And I'm just like, I really want Tolbert to have the job. Like, if I'm betting on Jaylen Tolbert, he better have a job. I'm not like, oh no, he's going to come on and take the role. Like,
Yeah. This is my favorite thing. Whenever I draft Tolbert, like these people, these Ryan Flournoy, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. There's Flournoy slappies out there. I don't know how this hive was
not
created
Flournoy,
so
though.
quickly.
It's another dude.
I know Flournoy's the rookie this year.
Right.
Yeah.
Some other guy they drafted last year. It's last year's Flournoy. It's like on the Giants, now everyone's excited about Theo Johnson, but like 2 years ago they drafted Theo Johnson. His name's Daniel Bellinger. He's the exact same profile. And he knows the offense now, so like probably he starts. But we got to get excited about this is my boomer take. I reserve my boomer takes for the 18th round.
That's how you do it. You got to bury it in the show. Joey, I'm sure this has been explained. What are those numbers, values next to your name? Yeah, so I'm just using the brick overlay. So right now I have the 3 matchups, and then this new thing he added was the C stands for correlations, and it just tells you how many correlations are on your existing team. So like you see Bryce Young, it says C6 because we have a ton of Tampa Bay, Arizona, and now Dallas, right? We have 4 Tampa Bay. We have James Conner, 5 for Arizona. We have Jaylen Tolbert, 6. So this is like, it's just adding a quantifiable number to not have to like count them up in your head and being like, all right, this guy is like overlapping with a ton of my team in the most important weeks. Maybe I break ties to Jaylen Tolbert instead of scrolling down and like selecting someone awful like Darius Slayton. I was watching you nodding a lot and see if I could get your disdain as I stuck the landing there. Pat and I famously have a $100 bet, Darius Slayton versus Jalen Hyatt, half point PPR points, no injury contingencies. Have fun, staying poor.
Damn, what odds did you get there, Pete?
Oh, perfectly even. I mean, I should have been giving you like plus 400 on Slayton.
I'll take plus 400 if you want to give me plus 400.
No, we already locked it in. The line's moved. All right, final pick here. This is interesting. At this price, would you ever handcuff CMC?
Probably not. It's like he's CMC. You need him to be CMC. I would do Shipley. I would do Eric Gray.
I just refuse to click Eric Gray right now, but you can easily on this Hurts team talk me into Shipley.
All right, let's do Shipley.
Okay.
What's your you're just
had
not into that he's not good
last week. It was
I know, but it's been a week. It's been another week of he's the RB2.
I just drafted Tyrone Tracy at the end of the last round with Shawn. The culture wars are ongoing. I hear the Eric Gray people loud and clear. There's no certain. I have not selected Tyrone Tracy in weeks, other than when Shawn was like, "We're selecting Tyrone Tracy here."
I think Tracy's still very draftable. By the way, it's not that you have to take Gray, not Tracy. You're betting against Devin Singletary being the guy, and you're betting on Gray and Tracy being active on game day, which I think is a safe bet because Tracy is a good kick returner.
Yes.
So,
and
there's no other running back competition.
This is what I'm saying. This is how my official stance from Peter Overzet headquarters. I will not be stubborn on Eric Gray in August. I promise you, I will not be stubborn on it. I will let go of not wanting to draft this guy. I will let go of Tyrone Tracy Love. I still want to be a little stubborn on June 10th. And by that stubbornness, it means like I don't really want to be selecting either of them right now, is how I want to apply that.
I'm selecting both, not hammering both, but I'm mixing in both because I think one of these guys is going to be the RB2, and I think the other guy's active. So Gray's definitely actually the lower floor of the two, I think, because if Tracy takes the backup job, then Gray's useless. But with Tracy, even if he's the RB3, he's a converted wide receiver. He's going to have some utility maybe as a receiver, and if that materializes, it's most likely to be at the end of the season, given that he's a rookie. So I still think Tracy should go ahead, not maybe like that much far ahead, but but like it's Singletary, man. Like I know he kind of takes all the snaps and he'll probably just hold down the job in a really boring way for the whole year, but it's not like that high of a bar to clear for someone else to, kind of have a role that is useful in the last round.
Yeah. I almost said that's fair. I will not say that. Let's recap this team here now that it is in the books. I should also mention too, I know most of you watching a best ball live stream in June are already on Underdog. If not, though, they do have a new deposit match bonus that they are doing. The old one changed over a little bit ago. It's up to a $250 bonus for first-time depositors. That's up to putting in $500. So you can max that out with a $500 deposit, get $250 in your account. They'll also hit you with a pick'em special. You can use promo code Pete if you guys are new and want to join us in Underdog. We are drafting in Best Ball Mania today. That's the $25 buy-in with a $1.5 million top prize, the one Pat famously won, BBM3 version. There are smaller dollar contests available. The Poodle right now, which I think is a great tournament if you're looking to dip your toes in the waters here. It's a $7 20 entry max, 40K to first. Really nice advanced structure, 2 of 12, 1 of 6, 1 of 5. So that's a good way to get some bullets in while also not competing against 150 maxers at a nice price point. But Pat, let me recap this team and then get your thoughts. It's a 2-5-8-3, Jalen Hurts and Baker at quarterback, CMC, Zach Moss, James Conner, Blake Corum, and Will Shipley at running back, Mike Evans, Stephon Diggs, Jayden Reed, JSN, Keon Coleman, Ricky Pearsall, Jalen McMillan, and Jalen Tolbert at wide receiver, and then a 3 tight end room of Dallas Goedert, Luke Musgrave, and Cade Otton. How do you feel about this one?
I think we skied right down the mountain. We did a great job not getting buried by the avalanche. We came out with a huge value on Hurts. We got the Goddard stack. We tacked on Shipley, who makes a lot of sense along with Corum as like, kind of the late season guys. When you have McCaffrey, he's locking up that RB1 spot all year. And then you got Moss and Connor kind of filling in for RB2 early in the year. Hopefully the end of the year too, but we have reinforcements coming with the 2 rookies. And then we've got the Cade Otton and who was our other tight end? Oh, Luke Musgrave is a bet on the Packers without the quarterback, which I always like doing. But then we have Otton stacked with Baker helping us with the triple stack along with McMillan. I like tacking on Pearsall, McMillan, and Tolbert is the pure bring back. So 3 late season plays, right? Tolbert's not a rookie, but he's a week 16 and 17 bring back, 2 rookies, 3 rookies really. But we have the wide receiver firepower early on that I think we're okay there. I like the JSN pick a lot in retrospect because we needed like a dude who's just out there being a wide receiver all season. And then we have maybe we have guys helping us later in the season in the 3 rookies plus Tolbert there.
Yeah, and this is, I know both of us are big proponents of this, but I love, we have I guess not a big stack with Philly because we didn't get AJ Brown or Devontae, but we have this big Tampa stack. We got a trio of Eagles, but then we have Niners with CMC and Pearsall. We have Jayden Reed and Musgrave. So we essentially built out 2 extra stacks. So have 4 main stacks on this team in addition to what we just have with the quarterback. And it's like, you know what? We don't need Brock Purdy on this team. Like, if we got Brock Purdy and didn't take Baker, sure, whatever. But it's like, we're good at quarterback. Doesn't mean we don't want access to the Niners and a nice contingent play like Ricky Pearsall potentially. So I would say, Pat, I know both of us do a ton of elite tight end. This is about, outside of having Brock Bowers on this is about how I would like my non-elite tight end rooms to shake out.
Yeah, me too. And like the thing with, the Packers, right? Like, what if Jordan Love outscores Jalen Hurts? Like, awesome. Like, I hope he throws to Musgrave. Like, I think we're because Hurts is going to score a bunch of points too, most likely. Like, if my hope is Jordan Love does outscore him by 1 point and it flows through Jayden Reed and Luke Musgrave. And, and I'm still fine. And then maybe the following week in week 17, Jalen Hurts goes nuts and it flows through Goddard. You just need a lot of points. You just need a lot of points. 3 straight weeks, you need to score a lot of points. And so, betting on the multiple pieces that actually can hit your lineup in more than just one spot, the quarterback spot, is really important.
And I think this draft, to me, it really came down to a couple decision points, really at the 4-5 turn, where you say, are you going to take Jalen Hurts unstacked? And I think a lot of times if Jalen Hurts is just a couple pick ADP value and I'm in the middle of round 5 and I'm like, T's here, Trey McBride fell or whatever, I'm just like, all right, I don't need that unstacked. But at 47, that really kind of popped out as feeling unique. And so we make that click. And then we have the hard decision of, all right, are we going to scoop up a running back value? Are we going to reach for Kyle Pitts? Like, how do we want to play this? I actually think it broke well where we didn't have like an ETN at pick 50 or a Dalton Kincaid at 50 that really made us think. Those went off the board right before us. So selecting that wide receiver there and staying on track through 5, 6, 7, I think was the key, differentiation.
I do too. So there were kind of 2 things, right? If Andrews had been there, I would have said, let's use Hurts as cover and try to do the Andrews Lamar.
Yeah.
And I imagine Crutches takes unstacked Hurts as opposed to unstacked Lamar, but who knows? But then that puts us in a bad spot at receiver. Then we definitely have to do the JSN Keon Coleman type move. But I still think, like, even in this build, that move was really helpful. The Coleman White decision, like, I feel really good about that. I feel really good about the Coleman side. Look where the receivers went off the board after we took Keon Coleman. Like, that pocket that you're saying, like, oh, why don't you just take Tyler Lockett, Curtis Samuel, Cortland Sutton? Like, they're gone. They didn't come back. And then, like, that next pocket went off as well, in the following turn. So you end up like reaching a little bit, and I guess we could have taken like a Mike Williams or something like that, but
at 98. Yeah.
At 98, we could have taken Mike Williams at 98, which isn't a disaster, but it's just, you can't, like, in this type of room, it's like, all right, is the room going to take the foot off the gas right as soon as you're like, okay, I've capitulating, I'm taking a receiver, and then the room takes the foot off the gas and you're like, damn it, I should have just grabbed the value at running back. But fortunately it did not. I think I feel good about the way we played wide receiver.
Yeah. In the other thing that's fun about this team, and I know people have talked about this before, where it's like, you either do a similar structure that you normally do, but with different player targets in here. I think, like, this team, like, Evans, Diggs, it sounds like I'm a little higher than you on Reed. We're both indifferent on JSN. We're both kind of like, all right, it's Keon Coleman. Like, we built out a wide receiver heavy start, but not with the typical guy. We weren't clicking Malik Nabers for the 19th time. Like, it's kind of fun to build that.
I miss Malik Nabers. I haven't clicked him as much recently because he's rising, and I'm like, it's one of those, sometimes, like, you kind of learn about where you want to be on players based on, like, if you're taking them or not taking them. And I want to take some more Malik Nabers. It's been too long.
I know. It's funny because I was talking with Shawn too when I had done like my portfolio review, and I was like, I have like 26% Nabers. I was like, why is every other wide receiver around him I'm at like 4%? It's because I was clicking Malik Nabers every single time. So yeah, I'm chilling on him a little bit right now. But yeah, he is still a very fun click. Pat, let the people know here before I bring on Ron Stewart for our final draft, what you guys got going on over at Legendary Upside.
Yeah, Legendary Upside. I would say if you want to sign up, even just for the monthly subscription, get in the Discord. We're going to be doing a little sneak peek of a tool that we're working on. We're going to do a little sneak peek stream to show off this tool that's we're still like working out some kinks, but we're getting close, and we want to kind of show off the idea here a little bit. So if you're in the Discord, we'll tag you when we're going to be going live with that. We're thinking later today we're going to do that. We might do a couple over the week, but hop in the Discord, legendaryupside.com/perks. You can see how to get access to the Discord there. It is for subscribers, but it's only $10 a month to sign up. We also have some $50 Underdog credits if you sign up for a yearly subscription. Just need to fill out the form on that page, legendaryupside.com/perks, so that I have your username to give to Underdog.
Beautiful. Check all of that out, Pat. Good time. As always, you can get more of Pat today, like I said, at 3:30 p.m. Eastern over on the Ship Chasing channel. Those guys will be getting together for ADP chasing with special guest Jacob Sanderson. Make sure you guys are over there. Pat, good time as always. We'll catch you around.
Later.
Peace. All right. Now we have the man. Is that an Underdog Cardio Club tank there, Ron?
That's exactly what it is.
Can I see
it? Can
we get a little flex for the screen here? Let's get them out. Look at this.
Just
screenshot
nothing.
it.
Look. This is what the thought process was. I don't wear tanks, but I did not come on Best Ball Breakfast to get mogged by Pete Overzet. So I'm here. I've risen to the occasion. All right, we're in these cardio club streets. But yeah, so look, I might not be as tanned and as pretty as Pete looks under his lighting, but here we are.
Look, I feel like I'm looking in the mirror. You got the Underdog, neon light over your shoulder. You got the tank. Maybe I just need my blue light glasses on, and then we can really just be on the same wavelength.
Oh yeah, I figured we'll lock in here. We'll be on the exact same wavelength for this draft. So, and I don't even know how you are operating at this point. I mean, we're 3 hours in, but this is just routine for the new Pete Overzet.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I've been standing up for this entire show. So we're going on 3 hours, coming off a workout, had done with my coffee. I'm fired up, Ron. And I know Ron probably doesn't need much of an introduction around these YouTube best ball streets, but Ron has an awesome YouTube channel, does a ton of great fantasy football content, joins us on Ship Chasing occasionally to talk prospect stuff, did a best ball after dark with him last year, but wanted to get in the saddle and draft a best ball mania team with you. Ron, I see you've been posting teams, drafting a ton. First of all, tell me what happened in this God Take the Wheel challenge you did where you didn't get ADP values. How did that happen, Ron?
I did the good old Pete Overzet. This is something that you've been talked about for like the last 2 years or so, where, in the morning, I know Matic is out there going on the Stairmaster doing his drafts. Like some of us don't have the luxury of the Stairmaster. So I join a draft, I hop in the shower, and then I come out of the shower and I say, well, what has Underdog ADP cooked up for me? And I almost threw up and took another shower after I saw this start because there were no ADP values. I think somebody asked me for the board. Yeah. So I'm trying to look through the board here. Someone in the comments asked for the board. Yeah. And there was just nothing. I mean, like second round went exactly as planned. And I'm fine with Achane. I love Achane, but we get a pick 25 Kerrane Williams. God, 3 running back start. Kerrane, 2 of them. The bye week bros are upset. The wide receiver piss boys are upset. Like it genuinely ruined my morning as I was like, oh, maybe I'll step out the shower to a surprise of like a falling Jalen Waddle or something. But no.
See, yeah. And, I recorded a video like this on the Deposit Kingdom channel. The thought being you let ADP dictate the first 5 rounds, basically being like the market's pretty good at pricing these first 5. Also, we don't need to be thinking about correlation as much at the top. Just take the best 5 players and then build the best possible version of that team. You can, as I was talking about on my video, you can get into some starts like this where you start 3 straight running backs, or you get double elite QB, or say double elite tight end in the 3-4. That feels gross. Did you dig yourself out of this? Were you able to land the plane and not drop the baby?
I don't know, man. Like I maybe. I ended up finishing it with like I go Kirk, Keenan Allen, Odunze, Brian Thomas. My QB1 was Jaden Daniels. I don't know. It's not the prettiest team of all time. It's kind of a stinker, but I mean, like those are kind of the ones that sometimes, you know, maybe do well. I ended up going 3-4-8-3, which you don't see every day. So
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm trying to draw a positive out here. I really am. But I'm coming up empty. I will be honest. I mean, the 2 bye weeks. So I couldn't even do I'll just roll with 3 running backs. So I had to draft like a late Khalil Herbert. It just wasn't fun now.
Well, I'm sorry. You know what? When you do that exercise, it is preferred to have like a middle slot because that is generally where there's more ADP value. Because when you're on the end and you're doing that, it's like, okay, maybe you get the first ADP value, but you've already scooped it up. And so now there's no longer any ADP value with the next pick on the turn. So I apologize. I don't want the let God take the wheel method be akin to the Davis Maddox star method where it has such a negative, hit to someone's personal brand. So, you got to be careful when you're doing this. Ron, you are a true influencer because I just hopped us in a draft and the influencer gods blessed us with a 101 ranking here. Are you a CMC no brainer or are you I get a little cute and take CeeDee Lamb guy?
I'm a CMC, I guess, what do you guys say? Slappy where, I don't know. I understand people. I know Jacob's out here taking like Jefferson 101 and people are getting crazy out here, but I'll just take McCaffrey. Like I don't know. Like shoot me. I don't want to have 0% Christian McCaffrey. That's just not a world that's not a world that I want to live in come week 1. And McCaffrey has like a 30 bomb on my Jets on Monday night. And I'm like, man, he killed us. And then I also don't have any. I mean, he's fragile. I get it, but he could also just gap the field again. And it wouldn't be that shocking.
Yeah. First of all, I'm completely with you. I mean, I was one of the people who last year would talk myself out of CMC sometimes at 101, 102, because I was not because of CMC, but I was worried about a wide receiver avalanche, not liking the wide receivers that came back. And I'm like, if I do these 2v2s, yada, yada, don't want to make that mistake again. One weird quirk though, and I've mentioned a few times that I recently did a portfolio review as this is my 49th Best Ball Mania draft, is I have a lot of Christian McCaffrey relative to CeeDee Lamb because what's been happening to me is a lot of people in my drafts will take CeeDee Lamb 101. So my 102s are disproportionately skewed to CMC. So I basically have a bunch of CMCs at 101 and 102 and very little CeeDee Lamb. So that's my an issue I might have to think about in another 50 drafts, but I'm with you. For right now, I'm just clicking CMC there.
Yeah, that is interesting that these environments that you get yourself into would lend it to CD. Because I mean, in my lobbies, I've maybe 1 in every like 15 drafts. I see McCaffrey not go 101. Like I think I'm yet to get a McCaffrey not in the 1 spot. Just in my drafts,
okay.
Either I don't know. Like I think my streams aren't anywhere near as sick as these Overzet ones can get sometimes. But that is a decent point that maybe you should mix in some CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah. Like I said, this was my first time that I kind of looked at my portfolio and I was like, some things like, all right, just chill a little on Malik Nabers, maybe grab a little more Stephon Diggs around there. Maybe try to go out of your way to get a little more Amon Ra. I have a bunch of Justin Jefferson over Amon Ra just because of how those early drafts were breaking. Ron, do you have a regular streaming schedule that the people know about, or is it just whenever you're feeling it?
I'm trying to get into a more regimented streaming schedule here. I have for the past, I would say like maybe last like 5 weeks, every Monday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. I've been streaming. I don't have a name for it, but that's just my time slot right now. And I'll try and keep that up for as long as I can. But I am somebody notoriously who has, waffled about these. I know you have them. Which I will say, look, inside baseball, the way that you're getting, like 1 p.m. Eastern on the dot, you had me in here, you passed it off the baton, Kerrane's out of here. It's a well-oiled machine over here in terms of scheduling. But yeah, I'm a little bit more all over the place. But Monday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern is when I'm streaming. I do like 1 BBM.
Love it. Yeah, Mondays are such a great day. I mean, we got this. I know Gretch has been doing some streams in the early afternoon. Then there's ADP chasing. I know our guys, I see Tyler in the chat. I know you guys over at Fantasy Sanctuary, I believe, do your drafts on Monday. And then you got Ron. It's the golden age of best ball live streaming. And Bindles, thank you for the gifted membership here. I did Best Ball After Dark with David Kitchen after his randomizer show last Thursday. You guys can get access to that conversation. And we are on the clock right now. I'm going to just go ahead and put Achane and Kerrane in the queue, and then I'm just going to step away for a little bit. What would you like to do here, Rod?
For me, as crazy as it is, I know we're in a crazy room here. Can you give me ADP real quick? I think Achane will be the first one that I want. Yeah, give me Achane.
Yeah.
I want Achane and Malik Nabers here. That's how I would start.
Okay, let's do it.
I know that might be crazy in this room. I know that we might get sort of slammed here. But I love Achane, man. Like if the market made us, like I think in the big board he was like a top 15 pick before the Jaylen Wright pick.
Yeah.
If that's where they said his ADP was, I would be buying there the entire time.
Okay. Yeah. What's so interesting is I've cooled a little bit on CMC Achane together just because of this dynamic I was talking about with Pat a little bit, in that like we're going to have a couple other running back fallers we really like. And now we're kind of with this start, like, yes, if there's an extreme value, we can take it, but we're going to really have to prioritize other positions for a while. I mean, like on a CMC Achane start, like you could take your next running back in round 12 and I wouldn't even like blink. So that's the only thing. It's not that I don't like it from in a vacuum. It's that it limits our flexibility throughout the rest of the draft. But I've done the CMC Achane. I love those two paired together. I just, and sometimes in the rooms, get a little nervous that like we're going to be able to get Rachaad White at pick 80, but then we can't make that pick because we're buried in a wide receiver avalanche. Yeah,
it's definitely a give and take. I think it's a legendary upside, guys, with Kerrane. I think they had like the 5 of them on doing like a round table, and they kind of talked about with the hyper fragile is it has to be worth kind of giving up that flexibility. I mean, did we get a value on Achane? Not really. I just like him that much. I will say if like a Deebo was there or a Collins or a Waddle, sure. But I will say, I think I was watching a little bit of your first draft where you kind of said there's this flat tier from 2nd through 3rd round. It does feel like, I'm not sure if you agree, it doesn't feel not as sexy if we went like Nabers, Devontae Smith there, like Nabers, Metcalf. I don't know. If we got like a Deebo to fall or a Collins or a Waddle, I'm not in love with any of these early 3rd wide receivers myself. Like I wouldn't be crazy. I don't know. Like I guess DJ Moore there, but it's just like none of those guys feel like a true wide receiver 1 where I'm getting like an edge over somebody else in like, I don't know, like this 4th round area. So I guess that's kind of how I chop it up in my head.
Yeah. No, I agree with you too. I think they're, you know, I guess I'm torn. It's like, to me, the tier does extend like kind of how like this went, like Devontae, I think I have Diggs, DJ Moore there, but it's crazy. This tier is getting even more amorphous now. Cause like Tank Dell is now regularly a round 3 pick. Like those round 4 days for Tank are over Zay Flowers, also previously a round 4 pick, now routinely in round 3. But I'm with you there. I have no problem with that. It'll just be interesting to see how this goes. And what happened in some of the previous drafts is like Amari and Christian Kirk and those guys all came off the board early. And Pat and I ended up taking like Jayden Reed in the early 5th because it was like, those are the only wide receivers here. So this is the only reason it gets tough. And then I don't know where you're at on elite tight end, but sometimes it's like, oh, Dalton Kincaid will be here at the 4-5 turn. Can you take him and only have 1 wide receiver through 4 rounds?
Really pushing it, but I'm definitely somebody that sort of trudges through those waters. I know Kerrane's been talking about, you know, in the puppies, he's been trying shit out. Like, I found myself, it's crazy. I was Siegele pilled a couple years ago, ship chasing everybody, but like the more we get into these crazy environments, I'm like, maybe 1 wide receiver through 4, and we'll just kind of see what we can cook up later. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel cozy. The overall advance rate probably sucks on it, but there is some crazy, I don't know, there is some crazy running back rooms to be had right now.
Yeah. It is. This will be interesting. This is the run I was worried about, Rod. We get
who do we got right now?
I'll tell you who we got. It's the exact same spot I was just in. Jayden Reed and Xavier Worthy. Hollywood, Jayden Reed, Worthy by ADP. This is the spot, Ron, where I think we just have to take our medicine and take a couple of wide receivers here.
Yeah, I agree. I think Reed would be the first wide receiver for me.
Yep.
We'll
grab
man,
Reed
and then
here.
we have the KC boys.
Yeah. Do you have a dog in that fight?
Man, honestly, I kind of do like myself some Hollywood Brown.
Okay.
We'll take Hollywood Brown.
With my, drafting with Pat and Shawn, I end up with way more Worthy than I do Hollywood Brown. But I also think there's this element, and Gretch actually wrote about this with the KC room, where it's like these ADPs collectively are broken. Couple of these guys are just massively mispriced. And so, I'm more inclined to bet on like the Rashi and the Xavier Worthy there, obviously Kelsey. But if Rashi misses a huge chunk of the season, if, Xavier Worthy's hamstring lingers, or he just struggles to get acclimated, I mean, Hollywood Brown is going to get absolutely fed.
If they didn't draft Xavier Worthy, I wonder where Hollywood Brown would be going. I guess with the Rashi Rice issue as well, like the thing for me is I love Xavier Worthy. He's someone that I really love for dynasty purposes, but he doesn't come across to me as a guy who's going to come on the field from day one and command a 20% plus target share, That's something that Hollywood Brown has done routinely forever downfield. Like it feels like his fit in the offense is great. You're going to have Rashi Rice out for a while. And then even if Rashi Rice comes on down the end of the season, like Hollywood Brown has a really nice role within that offense too, where it's like he's almost like he's like if MVS was actually good in this offense, which is exciting. And Rashi Rice is more of like this like low ADA, operates in the same spot as Kelsey. So I don't know. I don't know. Same thing with Worthy too. I don't know that any of their skill sets kind of overlap with Brown. So I think Brown will be, wide receiver 1, run the most routes. He's always commanded targets. So I mean, I think the more I've looked at Hollywood Brown, I mean, I know some people are really pushing him down, but I have started to come around on that pick.
And I would say, I mean, his ADP has been up lately. I mean, the fact that, because for a while, like when BBM opened, Xavier Worthy was going ahead of him and Hollywood Brown was kind of living in the 6th round. He's up to ADP of 54. And like, I still have the leg up ranks in here. They have their rank at 63. That was kind of more where it opened at. And now he's been the riser, I think, as people get more and more spooked by the Rashi Rice stuff. Obviously, you had Worthy miss some time with that hamstring, but I don't mind it. And again, I think we just had to get a couple of wide receivers there. We see Chris Godwin come off the board at 52. Xavier Worthy falls to 58. And also, I did just get a little PM from a birdie. I didn't know we had another Best Ball Bro celebrity in here, a budding Best Ball Bro. The 9-hole, this Jagers. I don't know how JJ's pronouncing this. This is our friend JJ Zacharyson, the late round quarterback, is in this room with us here. Yeah. Starting AJ Brown, Chris Olave, Cooper Kupp grabs Jalen Hurts, and then the Isaiah Pacheco value. So JJ, of course, has vowed to max BBM this year on his quest to become a Best Ball Bro. So welcome to JJ in this room.
I saw that. Becoming a Best Ball Bro. That's why I heard you say earlier in the show, that's what I actually learned. I know you're good buddies with Davis Maddock. I didn't know that he was known as like the Wonder Kid or whatever you were calling. Like I think JJ had him on and like called him that.
Well, they had a podcast back in the day called the Sports Wonderkin, and it was a couple of them, and I believe his name was Coleman Kelly, used to be a writer over at RotoViz, and they were all young bucks. So they had that podcast. It would have been really funny if that podcast stayed around, and just because of SEO and forward momentum, that they were all like 45-year-old guys in the name of the podcast, the Sports Wonderkin. But how old are you? Remind me again. You're like 21. What are you?
23. Just turned 23.
Absolutely disgusting. I hate you.
That's why I always like when I have JJ on and Harmon, like it blows my mind that, they've been doing it forever and they're like early 30s. I know Harmon was on like NFL Network in like his 20s. So definitely cool.
Yeah. Oh, wow. You're right. I forgot to feed the ducks with Pat. Ron, permission to feed the ducks with you in the presence of the ducks?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Thanks. The ducks are being fed. You seemed so ambivalent about that. It was almost like, are the ducks going to upstage me?
Well, I didn't know what was about to happen here. I don't know. I thought you were about to start throwing like bread pieces at me or something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, just revealing yourself that you're not a true fan of Best Ball Breakfast. Actually, you're probably never up for the 11 or the 12 p.m. draft, right? You're sleeping until 1.
I'm just rolling out of the bed, getting to the basement. Stretching the legs. Okay,
so let's get creative here. Kittle comes off the board. So that's the last of the elite tight end tier. Do I just go like 3 for 4 today drafting Keon Coleman. How do you want to play this here?
Can I see? Yeah, let's get
Rashad's the other faller. Kenneth Walker.
I think Keon Coleman makes sense. I'll take that. I know that you're just about to add like 3 straight to your portfolio here.
I'm fine, whatever. We need a wide receiver.
And then after that, I think we go Rachaad Rice. Potentially the best pick on the board right now.
Let's do that.
It's the word on the street.
Let's grab Rashi. We get our wide receiver 5. We already have Hollywood Brown there. And this is what I mean too of like, man, every single one of my drafts now, Rachaad White is available at the 6-7 turn. When is this ADP going to change? Does Rachaad White fall in your drafts, Ron?
He does. I think that he's going to keep slipping a little bit. I think that there's real... I think Sherman might have been talking about it recently, but yeah, there's a lot of downward like kind of steam on him where it seems pretty clear that the Tampa Bay staff doesn't want to use him in the same way as last year. You don't have Canales still there. It might have been sacrilegious on Legendary Upside. Kind of, I didn't hate the comparison that like Bucky Irving could be a little Kyron Williams-ish, where he's like this undersized plotter but can do everything and
talk dirty to me.
Maybe he's just a better between the tackles. Like Rachaad White was a brutal between the tackles rusher last year. Like I can't find myself taking him. Like I just don't know. I get that the backfield is empty, but I can't see them just going back to the well and being like, all right, we'll just give this guy another 300 touches or whatever it was last year. It would be pretty shocking to me.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting is the Rachaad White fall has not coincided with Bucky rising. And that's why I described it to Shawn too. It's not just Rachaad White, Kenneth Walker is falling in all these drafts. James Cook fell. And again, it's hard for me to sometimes pull out what is this streamed room versus a regular room, but I've been drafting enough, even in some of the Poodles and stuff, that these guys are just falling. And I think it's a macro shift of people feeling what we felt, where it's like, man, we got to take Hollywood and we got to take Jayden Reed here. And naturally people feeling that squeeze at the end of this wide receiver tier. And so the running backs just keep falling.
Yeah. And I will say, I like the running back I like in this range is probably Kenneth Walker, where I would almost even have him over Rachaad White, where I know like in years past it'd be like, man, he doesn't have the same receiving upside as Rachaad White. The projection is probably not as good, but I'm just more certain that he is a good football player and that he will command touches, break off big plays. And I do like the Seahawks offense with Ryan Grubb. So I don't know. Walker's not a terrible pick, but yeah, like, I don't know. There's so many other running backs too that are coming around in this area as well, where I don't see like a massive tier break to your like Ramondres and Najee Harris and a bunch of other guys that are kind of similar projections, you know?
And that's the exact same thing that happened to me and Pat. We did a very similar thing where we took 2 wide receivers and Keon Coleman, and then we came back at 96 and 97 and got James Conner and Zach Moss. And so it's like the 2v2s on that just break really well. Now, the danger in that is you don't want to be 100% exposed to like reaching on the early wide receivers in round 5 and then getting the second tier of those 0 running back targets. Like you are, even though the board lines up for that to be kind of optimal, you also don't want to just have 0% Rachaad White and like 24% James Conner. Like you don't always want to be there. So you do got to take your stabs when it makes sense. But I do find it hard, specifically on the turn here in this spot, knowing we are susceptible to a huge wide receiver run just getting wiped out, that we can't risk it.
Yeah, if you start like 3 in the top 4 rounds, I don't mind kind of deviating for that one pick. And I'm gonna be straight up with you, P. These rooms are not what it looks like in the actual streets. If you want James Cook, you're taking him before pick 60. I mean, I've seen the Rachaad White slip, but like Kamara 81, I think his ADP is like 66 right now. So yeah, I mean, you're getting a lot of running back value later. So I mean, these rooms definitely do lend themselves to starting wide receiver heavy for sure.
So we are about to be on the clock. We could entertain Jordan Love here. I also I love me some Brock Bowers in a room where we don't have another tight end. Talk to me what you like on the board here.
Bowers for sure.
Yes.
I could probably get down with Jordan Love. I mean, there's nothing at receiver at this point, right? We're looking at like, no, Sutton just went. Yeah, no.
And we did get to the 5 there. I think we can kind of sidestep the Lockett, Shaheed, Williams tier, which I sometimes, if we're only at 4, I'm like, we got to take one of those guys. The other thing would be, I think on this room where we can push past this running back tier, I think Love makes sense.
I do want to ask you, or what do you got?
I was just going to say real quick about Love is he is a nice click as far as later options, right? We're going to have Wicks, Musgrave, Marshawn Lloyd. There's a lot more we can do with that pick. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, like, I'm curious how you are, because I know that we've sort of talked through in the past of, like last year, like taking DeAndre Swift round 3 and treating him as your hero RB. I am curious, kind of, like, I almost want to push, because obviously we're not doing a traditional hyperfragile where you take the 2 running backs up top and then, like, you know, old days where we talk like Herzig winning BBM 2 or whatever it was, or was it BBM 1? I'm not sure. He takes, you know, 3 running backs through like round 7. So I'm curious, like, if you take 2 running backs up top, like we did, McCaffrey, Achane, are you comfortable with 4 where you draft, like, you know, I mean, at the spot we're in now, where we passed on this Ramondre, Moss, you know, Pollard tier. Are you comfortable with 4? Is this going to be more of like a double hero, just like kind of a standard double hero that we've seen from, like, I want to say that was Kerrane and Liam in the past? How do you sort of feel in this environment when you start 2 running backs early? Like, what's sort of your target room of like 4 to 5 guys?
Yeah, I've thought about this stuff a lot. And I think to answer your question, like, just purely structurally, say if right here, you know, that we just said we're going to take Tony Pollard and Javonte Williams. We like those guys, whatever. I think I would be fully comfortable being done structurally. Like, I do not think this team needs any more running back firepower. The reason I don't like doing it is the reason I don't like doing any super extreme strategy, because now we have to unclick running back. Like, we literally can't click running back the rest of the way. And I know for a fact somewhere in rounds 12, 13, maybe 14, 15, we're going to be like, holy shit, this running back is a nice value or makes a lot of sense. But structurally, we're having to catch up elsewhere. And so that's the thing I always come back to, of like, those strategies can work. It just limits your optionality. Like, you felt that in your draft this morning, right? It's like, I had to unclick running back. Like, you couldn't even think about it until the 17th round.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense, where you don't want to lock yourself in a box. It would have to be like a crazy value. Like, if somehow, some way Rachaad White got to that 8th round pick, you take him and then you just kind of, you know, you might even cap it off at those 3, or maybe go one more. So I know like Bimeford has pushed that in the past too, where he's just done like 3 running backs early and then that's it. So I am curious just sort of how you can push that. But I do like, you know, you take 2 early and then we kind of just leave ourselves options later, where we could have taken, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like a running back that realistically could have gotten there and we've been like, maybe we'll take him. But you get what I'm saying. Like, there's definitely a point where it makes sense.
For sure. Like, let's say, I don't know exactly where you're at on Jonathan Brooks, but like, say Jonathan Brooks fell to 96. Like, Jonathan Brooks to me would have been, or even Benson went after, like, those rookies of, because the way I think about it is like, man, we need CMC and Achane to ball the hell out. We need them to be running back 1 and running back 2 this year. They're fully capable of it. How does a third guy get in our lineup? How is he outscoring someone in the flex, at least getting there? It's probably one of these rookies that have pretty big upside. It was like in a draft, Pat and I earlier had some early running backs, and then we had like, I forget exactly all who we had, but then we passed on Gus Edwards, because it's like, this team doesn't need 12 to 15 touches off the rip. Like, this team needs week 17 hammer upside. So I also think about it through the lens of like, how is this running back actually scoring for my team?
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, just sort of adding rookies onto the back of McCaffrey, Achane. Because if you go in, you know, like, let's say Brooks is this year's, I don't know, he's this year's Jahmyr Gibbs, Achane, like, rookie stud. You're going in, you're sitting pretty heading into the playoffs with those 3, just kind of anchoring things down. But then you're kind of hoping, I mean, we're hoping that we duct tape something together at this wide receiver room.
For sure. Yeah, we'll see. I think this is, so there's some interesting stuff happening where it's like Mike Williams falls a little bit past his ADP, but then like Dontavian Wicks is going ahead, Palmer. So it's like, it's always trying to gauge these rooms, but I do think we have a lot of flexibility right now. I really like Spears and Chase Brown. We can also grab a wide receiver here. What are you seeing on this board?
I like myself some Downs. I'll definitely I'll take Downs.
You're acting like you're at a deli right now, and you're like, can I get a little
Yeah, let me
Sean
just,
on that.
and I'll just get a little side of Spears. Maybe I think I like Spears as well. Where I think you could sell me on Spears straight up over Tony Pollard. If we're just kind of ranking things for drafting. So yeah. I'll take that. I will say I've sort of overlooked Week 17 correlation as we're doing this draft here. I don't know if Brown would have been better for us, but I don't think so. No, we don't have Denver.
No, we didn't have Denver. Obviously with our Green Bay stuff, we could start to think about Minnesota a little bit. I like those picks there. I think you were smart to get us another wide receiver there as well. Just the way these rooms are breaking, we could definitely have gotten boxed out. There's basically that other tier of rookie wide receivers that you'll see. Basically, it's like from once Polk and Pearsall come off the board through Burton and Roman Wilson. I like getting a guy there. But one nice thing too, again, about mixing up where you're getting your wide receivers, I end up with a lot of Patriots wide receivers, Giants wide receivers, and Broncos wide receivers as filling out my room. But it's I don't want to always have every one of my teams dependent on those three groups. So sometimes reaching for the downs, knowing we're probably only taking one more wide receiver on this team. I kind of like how that works.
Yeah, me too. And I like the I really do think Demario Douglas this year, just to get a take off my chest, he does feel a lot like there was that one offseason where we all all of the nerd bros and all of the best ball bros sort of came together and we said collectively, Jacoby Myers, this price just makes no sense. His first big year in New England. To me, it feels the same way where I like Javon Baker, but Javon Baker's ADP ahead of Demario Douglas feels kind of mispriced.
You know what? It's funny because I was pulling those up and their ADPs are really close to each other now. But to me, that's the classic case of what does your team need? Do you need Demario Douglas? Because I think we both agree that, Demario Douglas is going to be the guy out there week one. The guy I feel like his role is pretty solid. Where Javon Baker, the range of outcomes is crazy. He just might not be ready to play and just not on the field and they're running Juju Smith-Schuster out there ahead of him. Or it's he's the darling of camp and getting on the field early and could be a league winner at that price. So sometimes I'm I have 6 early wide receivers. Give me the huge fucking cut on Javon Baker. Or maybe it's a Ron special where he starts 3 running backs and is trying to recover at wide receiver the entire draft. And he's Pop Douglas, sure looking pretty good for this team.
Oh yeah. When you get some bye weeks, week 13, and you just need a nice little 12 piece. Pop Douglas is right there for you.
We didn't get to talk about Brock Bowers a lot. He is definitely someone who gets talked about a lot on the show because Shawn has such an aggressive ranking on him. You were on our ship chasing live stream during the draft, and you were pretty crestfallen that the Jets didn't get Brock Bowers.
Yeah, I love Brock Bowers. I've come around a little bit. Olu looks like he's going to be a cornerstone left tackle. You can kind of put Olu DeBrickashaw Ferguson same guy. You can put that in writing, but yeah, I do love Brock Bowers, man. He just looks so special. He's, and the reason why I love him for fantasy football too is a lot of people are very hurt from Kyle Pitts, and I understand it. But Kyle Pitts is a big ass wide receiver where you need a really nice throw. He has to get open for him to get the ball. Whereas Brock Bowers, you can give him a little 3-yard screen and he'll take it 25 yards. You can give him a handoff. His rushing stat line was 19 carries, 200 yards, 3 touchdowns on a Georgia team with, I know in the past, Maddox with Judy, he's always brought up that Waddle, that crazy Alabama team that he led. You can do the same with Bowers. Bowers is a true freshman in a room with Jermaine Burton, George Pickens, Lad McConkey, James Cook and all of those guys, just was the entire engine of that offense. So yeah, I just love the way that you can get him the ball. I think that it also kind of matches up with Minshew and AOC, where they can just kind of check the ball down to him. And it's kind of why I've cooled off on Jacoby Myers. So I do think that there's a real chance that Bowers is the real number 2 explosive playmaker in that offense. Yeah. So I like him, and I think that you've mentioned it before too. The idea where you miss out on the elite tier, you take Bowers and hope that he closes the gap by playoff time or something, and kind of gives you some sort of arbitrage there.
For sure. I had another question about Bowers, but we're going to make these picks at the 12-13 turn. I think there's some nice options for us. I mean, we could double tap the Green Bay thing with Lloyd and Musgrave. Or if you want to make sure you get one of these rookie wide receivers like Polk and Roman Wilson aren't coming back.
I think definitely Lloyd.
I agree.
Herbert
Pull
past
Boyd
ADP is really giving me but it's like we got nothing to
strong.
stack him to.
Yeah, and Palmer, and then it's like, does Quentin Johnson come back around? He doesn't. Like, it's tricky there.
I think where do you lean? Because for me, it's close between Polk and Musgrave.
Because we did the Downs pick, if we hadn't done the Downs, I'd just be slamming the table for Polk. But I feel like we kind of made our bet there with Downs. I kind of like the Musgrave bet here and just build this around Green Bay.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. They do have the same bye week. Does that? I'm gonna make a quick pivot here.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure we don't get into the spot where we're like forced to take a third tight end strictly because of bye. And if Musgrave was at an insane value, we were taking him ahead of ADP. I just decided let's not deal with that right there.
I think that's fine.
The bye week bros, they've gotten to me, man. I'm now making last minute decisions for the sake of the bye weeks.
Yeah, geez, dude. You hate what has this sport done to you, Pete?
It's turned me into just a soft, scared, timid little boy. I used to be such an alpha.
You're scared to just take a zero? You can't just take a zero, Pete? You can't just be a man and take a zero?
I've let the spreadsheet nerds get to me here. I was going to ask you about Brock. What do you think his ADP would have been had the Jets selected him in like underdog terms?
Man, you love that landing spot.
I mean, no, I'm just asking a question, Ron.
Probably the crazy part is I don't know. I mean, where did he go here?
We took him at 96.
Crazy part is I think that he would be right there next to Evan Ingram, probably right after Pitts. Like actually probably closer to Kittle than Ingram. I think it would be right in that Kittle area of like 6-7 turn. Because I really do think there is something to the Kyle Pitts psychology where people are really scared off just the idea of the rookie tight end. And I don't know, people would have been Jets landing spot's definitely better, but I definitely do think that there is some, I don't know. The more I talk about it, it's like we got 2 Jets players in the first round of fantasy draft. So I mean, I guess people aren't as out on the Jets as maybe I don't know, like Skip Bayless, Twitter, type of guys are.
Yeah. I think I completely agree with you. If you would have asked me, it would have been between Kittle and Ingram, maybe slightly closer to the Ingram side, but we're splitting hairs. I think he would have been the tight end 8 off the board because you look at where he was going in the big board, right? Like he was going in the 6th and 7th round for most of that. And I think the assumption was kind of Chargers for a while. Then it kind of shifted to Jets and like, it didn't really move that much. So that's one thing I really like. And I think I said it on the ship chasing stream that night where it's like, man, I might have had a harder time. Like if people were taking him ahead of Kittle and stuff like that, I might've been low on Bowers. I'm like, I love that we don't have to pay a landing spot tax on him. And you're getting a guy who's a way better prospect than Ladd, a way better prospect than Keon Coleman. And you're getting him 2+ rounds later.
Yeah, he's insane. Even with athletic testing, I ran him through my model. He came out as like the wide receiver 3 in this class, like ahead of Rome. Like he is, he's crazy.
Just
like
position agnostic, crazy. His stats put him there.
As if he was a wide receiver, like as if he came out as a wide receiver, no combine testing. His year-by-year stats are that crazy, and that's just how insane he is. Because when you look at other tight ends like Pitts, he didn't produce until like his 2nd year, and outside of guys like Pitts and Bowers, like a good year as a tight end is like 40 catches and 700 yards and like 5 touchdowns in college, like Ben Sanat's like best year might have looked like something like that. So same with like LaPorta, even though he's on Iowa, so a little bit of a different story, but it's just bonkers. And you factor in the school he played at. I'm all over Bowers.
A couple things to just discuss before our 14-15 pick. So we have the quarterback, tight end. Kind of thinking through who our second quarterback is going to be. So the obvious stacks, we have Drake May available. We have Daniel Jones available. Like if you wanted to do like the Hunter Henry to set that up, that could be in play. You could also do like a Rodgers Conklin if you want to scratch your Homer itch this morning. Just trying to think through to make sure we don't get fully boxed out at quarterback too.
I'd also say, what do you think is like most likely that we end up here build wise?
Yeah, so we're at a 1-4-7-1 right now. this is why I mean, like, we might end up still taking a 5th running back, even though we're like in good shape, just because we might not like it. This could definitely be a team where we do get pushed to a 3rd tight end or a 3rd quarterback. Like if you did Daniel Jones and Drake May and you're like, there's uncertainty there. So I think we have a lot of flexibility from that perspective.
I think for me, for sure, Hunter Henry here. And then I'm pretty, I mean, this next one, I got no freaking clue.
Okay. Let's look at this here. To me, how big of a, I mean, Mims is at the top here. I don't think we need to take one of these running backs here. I think this is pick your favorite wide receiver here.
Let's do Mims. I'll be or let's actually do Michael Wilson. Let me get a cheeky Michael Wilson real quick.
All right, yeah, there's the Michael Wilson has a slightly more correlations on our team there. We'll grab him. Is this because you saw the video where he said he answers Kyler Murray's calls at 3 a.m.? Is that why you wanted to select him?
I did not see that video, but I think I saw the fallout of it. Everyone seems to love Michael Wilson. I don't love him, but I also, man, Marvin Mims is a tough one for me. I know that you said you've been clicking the button on the Denver receivers. Like, I get it with Mims. I do. I loved him as a prospect. And then last year, you know, the first 6 weeks, it was like, get him on the damn field. And then just, it's actually insane how crazy his, you know, he had like a 7 yards per out run after the first 4 weeks, which obviously isn't sustainable. But then when you go to the season long, he has such an awful, like, last 10 games that his yards per out run is like bad. And his target per out run is bad after starting in the beginning of the season, like looking good. It's just so rare for players that like face plant like that to somehow rebound. I don't know. Maybe he ends up being kind of a, I mean, Pittman did it, but it feels like a dead bet. I'd rather go the Troy Franklin route. I'm trying to think of who else is even in that wide receiver. I know that someone has to catch the footballs. I understand that is the claim, but I don't know. I mean, we're splitting hairs between 15-round picks. At least Michael Wilson, to me, he put up enough numbers that in like yards per run and stuff that he should be okay. Somewhat empty wide receiver room, and I do think, you know, you talked about the Twitter hype. It wouldn't shock me. This is kind of like a closing line value pick where we get him, I don't know, 15, 16 round here. If he sort of steams up by the time we get to August, that wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Wilson, he had that one game week 4, which was pretty impressive as a rookie in that spot to have that 23-point outburst. I just pulled up. This is
Dobbs.
With Dobbs. Yeah, so we went, 7 targets, 7 receptions, 76 yards, 2 TDs, and then finished the season relatively strong too. Not any huge spike, but back-to-back games with 6 targets. It is interesting. I think in certain different landscapes, obviously if they don't draft Marvin Harrison, I mean, Michael Wilson is going significantly higher as like, hey, year 2 guy who flashed some efficiency in year 1. Like, that's a bet that people like to make. It's kind of like what people are doing with Josh Downs and Dontavian Wicks to a degree. So I haven't been selecting him a ton, but I can certainly talk myself into it. I think normally when I'd pull the trigger there would be more in a correlated fashion, like a Stafford bring back, maybe stacked with Kyler, but I don't hate it. And I think it is a good point you make as far as like similar level bets. I think the ranges of outcomes for him versus like a Marvin Mims in this range. And I'm glad you pushed us onto a Michael Wilson click there.
Yeah, just wait till we get Michael Wilson training camp videos on top of the always answering calls at 3 a.m. I don't know. Again, like that's maybe like the first time or second time I've drafted Michael Wilson. I'm with you as well, only in stacks. So we were kind of, you know, in a Pete Overzet room where it felt like we had to take a wide receiver there. So yeah, I don't hate it. Again, he's not really my guy per se, but I do think that he is a much better bet than a guy like Marvin Mims, where at least what he did on a per route basis last year, I think that he has some life, which tough to say about Mims. I don't know. Maybe the thing about Mims is he could suck and then also give you the KJ Hamler BBM1 week 17 like crazy spike week just because of how he's used. And maybe it was like almost like a Diami Brown in years past, like kind of like that. So I don't know.
The only thing I will say about that is I buy that more for like Troy Franklin, because like Marvin Mims, like now you're entering your second year, let's just take a peek, even though you kind of suck in practice. Like Troy Franklin could get that. These rookies can get that. If Sean Payton is like fed up with Marvin Mims at the beginning of the season being like, okay, I finally made you a full-time player and you're not doing it for me. Like we know Sean Payton will fucking trot out Josh Reynolds there without a second of hesitation. So I actually think Marvin Mims' leash isn't even that long if he's actually bad. Whereas at least with Troy Franklin, the team's going to see what they have in him at some point this year. So Ron, we got 3 picks left. Let me do a quick recap for the audio listeners. We're at a 1-4-8-2. Jordan Love, CMC, Devon Achane, Tajay Spears, Marshawn Lloyd, Malik Nabers, Jayden Reed, Hollywood Brown, Keon Coleman, Rashee Rice, Josh Downs, Polk Wilson, Brock Bowers, Hunter Henry. I was kind of hoping we would be able to do the double tap with Rodgers and Conklin. Do you got any love for Braylon Allen? He's like one of the guys that would make sense on this team as a 5th running back, I feel like.
Sure. I would say, I would say I'm caping up for Drake May here, but I'm cool with.
No. Well, I think we should do both. I put Drake May, just flipped it because I do agree we need to get one of our quarterbacks. Are you worried at all? Do you want this to be a 3 quarterback room? I guess I should say.
I would say I'm comfortable with whatever you're comfortable with. I suck at calling like how many we should have at a onesie.
Yeah. So I think then the question is, would we want to set up because we don't have any other stacks with it? That's the issue.
Yeah.
Let's grab Allen here. And like, if we wanted to do like the Justin Fields or Daniel Jones thing late, I think we can. I think that's kind of the way to do it if we want the 3rd quarterback.
I like that call. And we have Meta Henry. So like the Henry and Bowers isn't terrible for 2 tight ends. I have to be honest, when I usually draft Bowers, I do sometimes just end up going 3 pretty dusty tight ends, but Bowers Henry, I think, can get us through.
Checking in on the chat, they're having heated debates about the Arizona wide receiver room, Zay Jones, all of this. And then we got Brooklyn coming in here saying this kid has some good knowledge. I love the skepticism as he says it. He's like, you know what? This kid actually has some good knowledge. I read him off as just this young buck out here, and you know what? He's got some pretty good knowledge. So congratulations, Ron, on that comment.
Thank you so much.
I will let the people know again where they can. You do not service the audio listeners, do you? You don't have an audio feed for your shows?
I have an audio feed. Here's the issue, Pete. I have an audio feed that I only put my videos on. I don't put the streams on, but I should start putting the streams on. As you've said here, the issue is like I suck at staying as on task as you are when streaming, man. Like someone will ask me, "Hey Ron, what do you think about the hockey game tonight?" And then there goes like a round of commentary of what the hell is actually happening on the screen. So yeah, but I do have an audio feed, and like I said, every Monday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern is what I've been sticking to. That's when we've been streaming. Maybe I'll start having some guests on and stuff, but for now it's just been kind of me soloing and just sort of servicing the audience. I do like, because I think that you probably feel that too, where you could jam pack these with like guests the entire time, but getting that first one with your audience is good, just to connect with the audience, to see what's going on. And I think you're much better at servicing the audience as you go along, but if I have a guest on, I will just completely miss what the hell is going on in the chat because I'm just like, I'm talking, I'm trying to draft. It's a lot of things to juggle.
Well, the chat is mad that I actually don't know what they're debating. I think, are you guys debating the Bears wide receiver room? I'm sorry, you guys lost the plot a long time ago, so maybe Ron's giving me too much credit because I haven't been paying attention. But yes, Ron is great at servicing the audience. But Ron, as an audio listener of a lot of my friends' content, I would appreciate it if you service me in that way every once in a while.
I will do. But like I said, all my videos I put on there, which people seem to like. I can sort of just figure it's a lost cause when I do the streams, but I'm not going to anymore. I'm going to start servicing the audio listeners and start, doing all of it.
All right, Ron, we got one more pick here. I am laughing. Chase Claypool went off the board at 203. Is Chase Claypool on the Ron Stewart drafting menu these days?
I've definitely stared down the barrel at Chase Claypool. Like, I've definitely had a Josh Allen and been like, man, or I've had a Jets Breece Hall stack. I'm like, maybe Chase Claypool. And then I can't hit the gritty and grab Claypool. It's just, I would like to, maybe I will when I get a little braver here, and we get a little bit more bored as the offseason comes, sort of comes past us here. But yeah, that's a tough button to press, man. I thought maybe like he's so tough, man. He's so tough. Where if he had a year one last year, we talk about him the same way that we talk about Tank Dell and Zay Flowers right now. Like that's the kind of year one that he had, and then he just lost it. And then I thought, oh, maybe he could play tight end on Miami. People thought when he came in, oh, maybe he'll be better as a tight end. It's just like it's tough, man. Like we're now on like he almost feels like Kelvin Benjamin, where Kelvin Benjamin had a sick year one, and then it was just like never the same. I think it's probably done, but I don't know. You could talk me into it.
So Ron, speaking of talking into it, I've talked myself into this Fields play. A third quarterback. We also have the worthy Marshawn Lloyd, Hollywood Brown, week 17 there. I feel like the Fields Drake May is a good way to cobble together quarterback 2 production.
Look, you don't got to talk me into taking Justin Fields.
Has he been a popular click for you?
I will. It's actually funny. In redraft, like best ball like this, I mix him in. It's not like I have like 25% Fields. I know Nez has been all over him recently.
Is that what Nez is at?
I don't know. But it wouldn't shock me if he said like 20% or something crazy. But definitely something I want to start mixing in more. But I do just love Fields. I've caped up for him since he was drafted. I was very staunch in Fields over Lance in Dynasty, and it doesn't really freaking matter, at this point in time. It feels like both of them are pretty dead. But yeah, I love Fields, and I do like the idea. I think that he will. We've seen the Broncos are eating like $14,000 billion just to get Russell Wilson out of their franchise. So I don't know. He can't be that good. And I do love like Fields in an Arthur Smith offense. He kind of is like the best version of like a Desmond Ridder. He could kind of have like a Ryan Tannehill type arc. So like you don't got to talk me into Justin Fields, 20-point performances from weeks like 13 on.
Yeah. And I think with this team, and I'm going to recap it here and get your final thoughts. I do think where I've been at, it's like the classic do 2 wrongs make a right. Like Drake May in 2 quarterback builds does not feel good to me. Justin Fields in 2 quarterback builds does not feel good to me. Drake May and Justin Fields in a 3 quarterback build, sign me up, sir. Here's the team: Jordan Love, Drake May, Justin Fields. Got our 5 running backs: Christian McCaffrey, Devon Achane, because Ron wouldn't let me go Kyron Williams as the 3rd here. So we went Tajay Spears, Marshawn Lloyd, Braylon Allen. I like how that room came together. Wide receiver Malik Nabers, Jayden Reed, Hollywood Brown, Keon Coleman, Rashee Rice, Josh Downs, Jalen Polk, and Michael Wilson. And then we got our 2 tight ends, the fun pick, Brock Bowers, and the eat your vegetables pick in Hunter Henry. How do you feel about this team, Ron?
I think it's pretty solid. I will say the best ball bro in me, I wish that there was a little bit more like week 17 correlation. I don't think we got any Minnesota for the love stuff. But it was just sort of tough to come by. I think we sort of missed the window on Ty Chandler. And then I don't think that there's really anything else I'm looking at in Minnesota that I even like late. But yeah, like I think it's a solid team. I do love the because most of the time when I'm taking Bowers, I'm taking 3 tight ends. So, and I do think Henry is like the perfect boring 3rd tight end to mix in there. We're going to have the running back scoring. I do love like these ideas of like Spears, Lloyd, Allen, all guys that could come on towards the end of the year. Same with Nabers. And we have some of those boring picks like, Hollywood Brown isn't super sexy. Josh Downs isn't super sexy. Mike Wilson is certainly not super sexy, but it's a fun team, a little bit of a weirder build, but I do like it. I think that I hate to do this to you, Pete, but I think you entered the draft in wrong. This is a 3-5-8-2, I believe.
Ooh, thank you. See, I in my head I had just said that I had Frankenstein, Drake May, and Justin Fields into 1 quarterback. Thank you for pointing this out. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned not getting bringbacks on our core stacks, which is true for the Jordan Love and Drake May, but we do have a decent amount of other kind of fun minis. We got Braylon Allen opposite Keon Coleman. We got Nabers and Josh Downs going opposite each other. We do have New England who plays Buffalo. So yeah, we didn't go out of our way to prioritize that here, but I don't hate it. And then I do think like the Fields in those 2 wide receivers is a pretty fun way to play week 17 in that game, potentially being a shootout between those 2.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, because I didn't really, we were kind of scrambling in the last few rounds. You seemed very set on Braylon Allen. Like, do you have a lot of Braylon Allen? Is he somebody you're drafting a lot of? Like, I don't have a ton of him as a Jets homer, but I'm starting to come around on him where it seems like out of camp, like he's the clear RB2. Seems like Abinaconda is going to get cut. And it wouldn't even shock me. And I hate to say this as someone that loves Brees, and I've been drafting him round 1. Hackett's a freaking idiot, man. He was playing Michael Carter, like the 2-minute drills last year where Michael Carter would have like 7 catches and just be like, why the hell is Brees not out here? It'd be 3rd down in critical games. Like I was screaming at my TV as we're like fighting for our life against like the Eagles. And he's throwing Michael Carter out here in critical 3rd down situations. It wouldn't shock me, man, if it's big time game, week 1 versus the Niners. We're down a touchdown. And on the goal line, we trot out Braylon Allen because he's like 250 pounds. And we're going to ram him between the tackles. And he's not going to get in. He's going to get stuffed twice or maybe 3 times. I'm going to want to shut off the game. Like it's awful. So I could really see Braylon Allen being used kind of similar to like the AJ Dillon, Aaron Jones stuff. Like they almost seem they draft. I'm going to go on a Jets rant here. They draft 2 running backs.
Go off.
Like,
King.
what are we doing? We're draft 2 running backs. I know it's day 3. It's like, who cares? But like, we just drafted Abanikanda. So it's just like, I don't know. The thing that the Jets are doing are telling us that they don't want the 350 touch Brees Hall season. So I can definitely talk myself into Braylon Allen and it seems like in practice, I mean, it is just practice. So who really knows? But they're saying that he's catching passes as well. So I don't know. It wouldn't shock me if Braylon Allen was actually a pretty decent pick. Even, I don't know. He probably needs an injury to pay off, but you get what I'm saying.
For sure. And so my logic on this team, a few things on Allen that I think made sense. One, he has been kind of a steam candidate lately. I think now that we have gotten confirmation, the team has essentially, and you can probably back this up, have just buried Izzy. They basically said, he sucks. This is why we did this. He's not actually the competition. And then Braylon Allen going ahead of Isaiah Davis in the draft. We're starting to get confirmation that Braylon Allen is the 2. So once we get that confirmation, now all of a sudden you're kind of getting a discount on just even a pure contingent play, similar of like the Tyler Algier, the Ty Chandlers. Like if that's the case, if he truly is the RB2, then he is undervalued. And if he's moving up now, getting him right at ADP at 193 felt good. And then the final thing was talking about which running back, if we did do a 5th running back on this team where we have CMC, Achane, Spears, and Lloyd, who makes sense? It's like the biggest swing for the fences pick of if Brees Hall were to miss time, it sure seems like Braylon Allen would be getting 16 to 17 touches a game. And like you said, maybe some passing game work. Like he would just be a stone cold league winner. And it's like, how does this 5th running back get into our lineup? It's through a contingent play. So that's why I thought he made sense on this squad.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. And look, I don't want to pump up my Jets. The offensive line's improved.
Please do.
Offensive line was brutal last year. You know, we got Tyron Smith. We got Morgan Moses. We got Joe Tippmann coming into his 2nd year, which my buddy actually, he's the center for the Jets. My buddy actually saw him at a bar this past weekend, which is hilarious. But yeah, so the offensive line's improved. You have Fashan, who can maybe, he can maybe kick inside and play a little guard. So look, man, I'm not a film grinder. I'm not an offensive line guy, but we got some things in the works that Braylon Allen could kind of look like, I don't know, 2018 Zeke Elliott if Brees Hall was to ever go down. So that's just some food for thought there.
Yeah, I think it's a very valuable role, and like we just know how important it is. I mean, this morning have been debating about the running back 2 stuff and the Giants, and it's like just having confirmation on who is the guy that's clearly the number 2. That's valuable in itself. But then you compare that, or you double that with the fact that Braylon Allen was a pretty exciting prospect, really good at a young age. We know he can run between the tackles, and if this offense is humming, with Aaron Rodgers, like there's going to be some lanes for this guy to run through. There's going to be goal line opportunities. That as we get confirmation on him, I do want to start grabbing Braylon Allen because, man, I think if the drumbeat continues and say Brees is still kind of in and out of training camp and preseason because he's nursing stuff, like would not shock me to see Braylon Allen going like where Jalen Wright and Jerome Ford and Kendre Miller go in drafts.
I will say with Braylon Allen, that does make sense. I think my only pushback, and why I was a little bit shocked that you were pushing for him, is in this range. I feel like there are some other guys that are like clear RB2s, like Elijah Mitchell goes behind him. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, someone that I will cape up for. Tank Bigsby, but like if you see a guy like Tank Bigsby, do you think that he's less clear of the 2 as like the clear handcuff to ETN?
That's a good one. I think the Tank and like Dameon Pierce like fall into the category of like we're pretty confident they're the RB2, but we're also pretty confident they suck.
Alexander Madison.
And I think Yeah, exactly. Whereas at least with Eli Mitchell, I think there was uncertainty for a while, like similar to what the Jets did, right? The Niners draft 2 running backs. Guerendo's like the most athletic running back we've ever seen. And so I think there was some fear there. But the recent comments from the team, it's like, it's Eli Mitchell, man. Like they didn't even mention anyone else. These other rookies, Guerendo might be redshirted. So I think Eli Mitchell's a great pick where he's going, but I love getting like the double juice of like the rookie unknown. Like Braylon Allen could just be really good, and he's the number 2. That puts him clearly ahead of guys like Pierce and Bigsby for me.
Yeah, I like that call. That there is some upside there. Catches passes. He is super, super young, which means, there is definitely untapped potential there. It is pretty funny. If he was to go like day 2 and he actually like ran a 40, he probably would have been like most models RB1. But the film bros, not a huge fan of Braylon Allen. And it is weird that he didn't run or test at all.
Since I have a Jets guy here, I want to ask you about Malachi Corley. And I was kind of talking about this spot on the show earlier where I passed over him for Jermaine Burton, and someone was mentioning I could have set up a double stack. It was a Garrett Wilson team. And I regretted it because I'm like, I do prefer Burton and some of these other guys to Corley, but like I don't want to box myself out of thinking like Corley is clearly a less, favorable bet than these other guys. Where are you at on Corley and his, chance to make a year 1 impact?
I actually don't mind Corley at all. Like he is super cheap. The rookie wide receiver profile that we kind of chase, he sort of embodies that. And I will say as well, I think one of the most dead picks on the board right now is Mike Williams coming off an ACL. Like I just don't know that there's going to be much for him when he gets in there. Like I know that he's going to get the routes, but the injury for me is tough. We've seen guys like, especially his build, where like Gallup, he came back from that ACL injury and just was zapped completely. That wouldn't shock me. And it wouldn't shock me either if there was a little bit more dink and dunk in this offense with Aaron Rodgers and Hackett. So I like Corley too, where I don't like Corley the prospect. He gives me a lot of flashbacks of guys that never worked out, like Rondale Moore, Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Stewart is another one who was a Jet. But I mean, when you're talking like pick 167 and he was a day 2 draft pick, it's tough to really put that pick much further down. So yeah, I don't hate it. And he's probably going to be out there in 3 wide receiver sets in like week 1. Like I don't really buy that Xavier Gibson would be in that role over him. Like they really want to use him. I think they want to we don't really care about the rush attempts, but he seems like he is somebody that wants to get that they want to get involved in that. Like it is hilarious. I personally hated it. They did the documentary thing and Joe Douglas is sitting there fumbling over himself, trying to trade up into round 2, like literally on the phone with everybody in round 2. Hey, we're trying to trade up just to get Malachi Corley. Literally there's a video of Joe Douglas after the Colts took AD Mitchell. And I'm just sitting there like wanting to die because I love AD Mitchell way more than Malachi Corley. And it's like super clear that this guy played, big games, Texas, to even a guy like Joe Douglas, that should be clear. But yeah, they absolutely love him. They trade up to the first pick of the 3rd round to grab him. So that he's going to play early. He's going to have every opportunity to succeed. It's just going to come down to if he's good. And I mean, I'm down to lean into the uncertainty of maybe my model and spreadsheets don't know ball, and Malachi Corley is actually good.
And I think that's like what you just said at the very end. And the reason I don't want to be overconfident on ordering these rookies from the Pearsall, the Leggett, the Burton is like that same thing applies to all of them. Like they're going to get opportunity to varying extents. Like most of those guys are going to be on the field to start the season and get some touches. And then are they good? And we can order them. And some of these guys have slightly better prospect profiles than the other, but it's like, if Aaron Rodgers ends up loving, Malachi Corley, he's going to feed him a shit ton of targets. Like end of the day there. So it's like, yes, there's scary floors with all of these guys, but I don't want to be like, I am so much more confident that Jermaine Burton is this much better of a bet than Malachi Corley. And then using correlation ADP values to get my exposure on a player I'm maybe not quite as excited about.
Yeah, and I think I was actually sort of underselling. I'm looking here. I've done 30. I mean, you blow me out of the water with your 50. I've done 30 post-draft drafts. So this is like half BBMs and some Poodles and Greyhounds and Goldens. I actually have 20% Malachi Corley right now. So I'm actually taking a lot of him. And again, I wasn't really in on him as a prospect. It's really more just like his archetype, and you're getting him so late where it's like, it's also that part of the draft too, where I'm fading that tier of your Mike Williams, Rashid Shaheed, Khalil Shakur area. And I'd much rather just wait and grab my Malachi Corley, grab my, Demario Douglas, and kind of build out that way in the later rounds. So yeah, I like Malachi Corley a good bit, just in terms of like where he's priced at. It's not super difficult to talk myself into him.
Yep. Ron, as we wind down here, let the people know, you mentioned you're going to be streaming a BBM draft tonight at 6:30. I got your YouTube hyperlinked in the description there to check out Ron Stewart. Anything else people should keep an eye out for?
I would just say that every Monday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, I'm streaming a Best Ball Mania draft. So that'll be on tonight. Just kind of getting back into the swing of things here. I haven't really posted. I know you've been grinding on the Deposit Kingdom, going crazy with the short form, or I guess you'd call that long form. We're getting back into the swing of things.
Can we call it mid form, Ron?
No, we can call it mid form if you'd like to, Pete.
Thank you.
So yeah, we'll call that mid form. But yeah, we're gonna get back into the swing of things with redraft kind of taking off here. Been a little bit of downtime, as you know. I know you're similar, where we have to kind of put on our, we're not just content creators here, Pete. We're also at the top of having to schedule things, and I'm trying to also like remodel the basement a little bit. Oh yeah, I have to care for a dog, which is which might as well be a kid, as everybody loves to say.
Awesome.
But yeah, so you get it.
Yeah. Subscribe to all things Ron. You can follow him on Twitter as well. Real quick rundown of my schedule this week. I'm not on ADP chasing, but definitely check that out at 3:30 with Jacob Sanderson guesting. Tomorrow we are going to have the club. Jack Settleman hasn't been by in a long time. He has some hot takes to get off his chest, so we're going to catch up with Jack. He recently got married, has been traveling a lot, just announced a full international tour of sporting events this fall that he's going to be going to, so it'll be fun to catch up with Jack. Wednesday we of course have the Swolecast, where I believe I'll probably be drafting my 50th Best Ball Mania team off and on the clock with the Badge Bros on Wednesday. And then I am working on another video this week for the Deposit Kingdom channel, kind of 10 takeaways after doing 50 BBM drafts. So keep a lookout for that later this week on the Deposit Kingdom channel. Lulz on Thursday, ship chasing on Thursday. And then speaking of Jacob Sanderson, I coincidentally booked him as my guest for Randomizer on Thursday. I'm so sick of this guy just talking about Canadian shit online that I said, that's it. We're going to make you draft a team while baking butter tarts or whatever they do up there in the great white north. So Jacob Sanderson on the Randomizer this week, and I'll also have a Best Ball After Dark, still working to confirm my guest for that. So yeah, all kinds of stuff going on around these parts this week. Thanks again to Shawn Siegele from Rotoviz, Pat Kerrane, and of course Ron Stewart for joining me. Thank you for the chat, keeping things firing, even if I can't keep track of which wide receiver 3 battle you guys are arguing about in there. We will see you next Monday on Best Ball Breakfast.